What's up, dude? Bernius and Evan. You guys are here right off the bat. And Tuso, what's up? What's up, stream? Guys doing? I was late again, once again, because I was eating food. I gotta get the calories. I'm still finishing up now. So I don't know. I don't know. It's just I get hungry literally exactly the time that I'm supposed to go live. You were cooking a burger? Okay, you were on the food grind too. You went to the gym for leg day? Nice, dude. I haven't done a leg day in months. I'm just gonna have little toothpick legs. It looks so disproportionate. Try this.
Ad break incoming.
All right, you guys. Ad break is here. Little party's happening. I dropped a YouTube short today. I got back into the habit a little bit. I was hoping that my new video editor would be ready for publishing shorts. But it is not. It's got a lot left. A lot of work left to do before the video editor is good enough to actually use everyday tasks. Nice. Cool. Let me go put my dishes up. And we're gonna dig into exploring what it would take to convert the VTuber into our custom game engine. As well as well as Huh. Interesting. Yeah, so we're gonna see if we can bring the VTuber into the Null engine, the custom game engine. And the main reason for that is for performance gains. Like he looks, oh crap. I forgot to turn the canvas size down on OBS before starting the stream. I'll do that for the next stream. Cobalt, Ethon, what's up, dude? Here for our regularly scheduled Saturday night stream. Saturday night for me. About Sunday morning for you guys. I'm gonna put my dishes up, but we need to find we need to find the original model for Trickery so that we can get it into the game engine. But the idea is that right now, when Trickery is running the VTuber, he's taking up like 4 or 5 gigabytes of VRAM, and he's taking up like he puts my GPU it's at 98% usage right now. Insane. He accounts for like 40% of the usage on my video card alone. So I'm hoping that we can like literally cut that in half with our game engine. Won't look as good as Unreal though. It's going to take a while before we can get to that point.
Claude has a question for you.
Doot, doot. All right. All right. Anyone else watch Odyssey? I have not yet, but I heard it's really good. What's up, long arm? 9 out of 10? Wow. I gotta go see them. Go see the Showtime are. On his Showtimes for it. Maybe I'll see it when my brother gets here. Yeah. Shake my head. All right. I was finishing reviewing a friend's resume earlier. I was trying to wrap that up. Christopher Nolan sucks, bruh. Just kidding. He's pretty good. There's only those two scenes in Oppenheimer that were cringe. I never saw Oppenheimer. Never saw it. No. They had to do the kitty. Way behind on movies. Shaking your head? What are you shaking your head at, Max? My Discord is broken. My app is busted. What is permit long arm? What about kitty? Invariant. Oppenheimer was a banger. Word. I hadn't seen that yet either. I need to see it. We got a good little Saturday party going on here. You guys. What does permit mean? Was I banned? I don't know. Maybe. Snooze Frog he just bans people on a whim. A very emotionally unstable frog. The tiniest drop of a hat. If you say the slightest wrong thing, he'll ban you. Drunk with power. Yeah. He's a frog that is drunk with power. But I love it here. uh, Reminder, you guys, for the stream. If you would prefer to listen to the stream without music, just see the video and the conversation and the app that's going. you can tune in on the YouTube stream. The YouTube stream has no music. But the Twitch stream always has music. We can listen to whatever we want on the Twitch stream. YouTube's scary. Scary place. They put you in copyright jail. If you even do so much as an impersonation of Mickey Mouse while you're on YouTube streaming, straight to copyright jail. It's brutal out over there. Oppenheimer's long. I think it was pretty good. I think that's why I didn't see it, man. I can't handle like 4-hour movies. They drive me insane. You wanted an Odyssey that was more fantastical, like Clash of the Titans. Oh, was it just like historically accurate or something? Or what do you mean? Wait, the Odyssey is not. It's doesn't it have? It's not a historical like battle thing, right? Doesn't it have like freaking gorgons and shit in it? It's mythology. Wrong. Like it's not 300, right? Yeah, Odysseus decade after the fall of Troy. Yeah, gods and monsters in nature. So you're saying it wasn't fantasy enough? Guy called Oppenheimer cringe, and I saw that movie in the biggest theater on the East Coast in 70mm IMAX in NYC. It was beautiful. How dare you? Travis Scott's in the movie? Where? Travis Scott's in Odyssey? Or was Travis Scott in Oppenheimer? Nolan used real gods and monsters when shooting the Odyssey. Okay, sounds like his style, I guess. Barely in the movie. Travis Scott was barely in the movie. Oppenheimer, 9 out of 10. You guys want to watch the Odyssey, but I prefer the SpongeBob movie? That was the original Odyssey? Damn. Is this even a vibe coding stream anymore, you guys? Or are we just going to turn it a movie review site? Two things were not yet verified. I copied, wrote the sidecar. So I'm trying to find imported the way the engine does it. Copied byte identical. Okay, do a level. So we're gonna try to convert the VTuber into our vibe coded Zig Vulkan game engine. The reason being that I think we can actually make the performance. I think we can make it way cheaper. It won't look as good, and he's not gonna have his tentacle hair for a while. But we're gonna try and get him without his hair and with his like patterns, at least the materials, the shaders on his arms, his face, converted into the engine by the end of tonight. And then we'll see if we can get the iPhone face tracking working in the engine. But my hope is that if I move him to my custom engine, he'll take up about half the amount of VRAM and half the amount of GPU usage. Because right now, with him running and the stream, we're at like 90% GPU usage. A lot of the VRAM is for the green screen processing model, the character animations. That's decent for a death animation. All right, I'll keep that one. So the VRAM is just temporarily kind of filled up there, but it's more about how hard it's working my GPU at all times to have him running. It's like a little bit much, and I'm pretty sure we could cut it in half. That one's pretty lame, but I don't want to burn too many credits on these. Okay, I saved that one last. Yeah. Ripper, due to die. we're gonna queue up some death animation generations. So we want a death animation and we want a hit reaction animation for every character at the bottom of the screen. All right. What's going on in chat? Through the code, what's your favorite movie? Yeah, true. I'd have to think about it. I'm being serious to see Odyssey, Google it, or better yet, watch it. Bro, you didn't find one scene where he was interrogated. You guys are talking about Oppenheimer stuff. Favorite movie? Always say Shawshank. Shawshank's your favorite movie. I wonder if they ever make a movie in like 10 years about some kind of vibe coder like they did for Jobs. They probably will, and it probably will not be me do so. It'll probably be Bridgemine or some shit. What if there's a movie about Bridgemine in the future? It'd be sort of, I don't know, be anticlimactic. There'll probably be a movie in like 20, 30 years from now about like Ilya Sutskever and like Andrei Karpathy's lives and maybe how they combined forces and wound up at OpenAI making the first release of ChatGPT or something. Maybe, I don't know. They've got some cool stories like Ilya's thing about having to drive to Canada or something to go buy the first GPUs to do some deep learning stuff. Long arm. I think I could be persuaded to refactor Forrest Gump to top spot. Forrest Gump's your number one. Officer Boom. Boom's lurking, but from the YouTube side of the world. What's up, Boom? You want your own music? Background? Is that why you're on the YouTube side? News Frog. It's supposed to be emotionally unnerving. The scene served the purpose and it was intended. Wait, you render a green screen? No, not for my camera. This is for the characters. So the AI model that strips the green screen from the generated sprite clips, that model occupies about 4.5 gigabytes of VRAM.
Claude finished the fix.
Day 2, read on X say that Grok Build just introduced native sprite animation skills. Hell yeah. Pretty cool. I wonder if it's how similar it is to mine or different. That's why, like, everybody that keeps trying to tell me, like, oh, you should release this, you should monetize this thing or that thing and all this junk. I'm like, literally, like, if it took me like 3 days to figure XYZ thing out, that means somebody already did it. Or a lot of people did it, and it's not that like crazy of a discovery, you know. I did get a point. Yo, what's up? Blind Meridian. What's up? Oh, that's a cool name. You play Meridian the mud? I think it was a MUD or an MMO. Cobalt. Do I use Llama CPP? I do whenever I use local models, but that's pretty rare right now because I stream. I would try using local models more often if I wasn't streaming. But when I stream and I have, all this stuff going on the screen, it takes up almost all my 4090s, like GPU, VRAM, and power. That's why I don't mess around local too much right now. You guys are having a fun movie critic debate. J2 or a Jensen Karpathy movie or a Jensen Wong story dramatically getting the leather jacket at the end. Yeah, he dons the leather jacket. Now he's transformed. Maybe so. I didn't add anything. I've already felt the gravity of the situation during the interrogation. That's fair. I think it was meant to say. Now I got to watch Oppenheimer and see what you guys are talking about. Now, was it good, Blind Meridian? It's old. I didn't play it, but I have some friends that played it. I don't know how good it was or not. They played it for a long time, so my friends said no. So I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, this frog is drunk with power. You have to be careful. I told Claude to put the mixture of experts aware caching Colibri and Llama CPP, and I need a victim to all my parts and my L and rig are in. You put the MOE aware caching in Colibri and Llama CPP. Interesting. I queued up X-Men Days of Future Past, but you never started watching it. GLM 5.2 faster from SSD than anyone? That's pretty interesting. No. Oh shit. Thank you for the raid of 3 viewers, AIB Engineering. Appreciate it. Let me see if I can give you a shout out. What are you working on? We are AI vibe coding, kind of game dev focused over here, generally. Comparing AI for SVG versus pixel image generation. Interesting. Doing some visual benchmarking of GPT models across SVG plus PNG game asset outputs. AI likes SVG more, easier to draw with shapes over pixel art, or just drawing something with the same level of fidelity, but it's raster instead of vector. This explanation to Colibri caching is pretty cool. Look at it in a minute. This guy's taunting me. Yeah, over raw pixel art. Interesting. Let's see. Pixel grid. You're asking for the same you're prompting for the same image type when you're doing the comparison, and then you switch between generating pixel grid versus. I was trying to find a comparison here. Meant to be pancakes, yeah. They would show the preview when you're hovering over the timeline. Twitch. All right. Okay, Solterra Luna. You asked for a fireball attack. Art direction, a flaming red fireball attack. And these are the different reasoning efforts, but this isn't this doesn't look like this particular one I'll look at right now. This isn't like SVG versus Pixel, is it? 6x more expensive, 5x, 27x. This one looks the best to me for fireball attack. PNG was so poor that you switched. Okay, so you just determined like always go SVG.
Ad break incoming.
Ad break incoming. Cool, man. It looks like Sonic. Now PNG was so poor you switched. Also, who got you? Oh, attack. Power up. Having SVGs is pretty neat, no? Yeah, SVGs are great because they'll scale to resolution. Vector based. I use Midjourney for all my base images, but there's some things it can't handle. Like it does not do a very good job on icons. It doesn't understand icons that well. And then my style profiles work great for some things, but then it kind of falls apart on some other things. Like I used it to make the environment art down there, but it's like I had to cut out a very specific piece of this art, and I had to go in by hand actually and erase a whole ton of stuff. There's some perspectives that I just like struggle with getting out of it. But then if I get Claude to be the one that's iterating on prompts for Nano Banana, I'll get a lot closer. MyBench uses code lines shapes to build their benchmark outputs as well, or Texel Studio on GitHub. Essentially, SVG, the more steps, in which case start with SVG for simplicity. You want to generate your own simple website for simple game, I think. House cleaning other services for assets, though, it's really good. It's good for the particular style I want, which is called it's called line art. Like just 2D line art, where it looks like, fantasy concept art for like a video game. I just spent a long time on my my 3 different personalized profiles that I created for Midjourney to be able to get this art style on the first try when I put in a prompt. Yeah. Without the personalized profile, I can't get this style consistently from something else. But even then, when I get out of Midjourney, I always end up doing some post-processing work to the colors because it's deceptive. Like it looks cool when you look at it here. Like this looks cool, right? This is what I end up using. But then when you look closer, you realize the color palette's all mushed together. And everything kind of blends into each other here because the contrast is like really bad. Total like bandwidth of colors that the character covers. And like a lot of times the blacks aren't fully black. They're like these, you can see these are super washed out. Like the designs are kind of cool, but their palettes are really washed out. So I have to take stuff from Midjourney and still do a bunch of post-processing work to amp up their contrasts. Like here's a good example. I need to work on erasing some more stuff for this witch. But here she is before we process and like increase the contrast, you know? Like it just looks like muddy. And then here it is after, which is what I want for my particular art style, which is, you know, very heavily kind of World of Warcrafty. And one of the hallmarks of World of Warcraft is like fully saturated colors. Did I just say for this bitch? Which it's a pretty easy one to mix up. Yeah. I need to erase all this extra stuff on her before we can bring her. She's the last remaining character on the roster that's missing for you guys. He blocked the mix up. Yeah, maybe I should have just said yes and not explain myself. If you guys want to customize your characters, you can do that here. If you want to listen to the stream without music, you can tune in on YouTube. If you want the music, tune in on Twitch. Never let chat put you in a 50-50, a 50-50 mix-up. This is true. That's a good point. Yeah, guys. Working on right now. For Sully, the 6-7 mix-up, is that what it's called now in the FGC fighting game community? Quit calling it the 50-50. So we're gonna try to put the VTuber into the game engine. We're gonna try to get my Linux Adobe Premiere replacement up and running again. It was almost running, and then I realized that the way Claude had built it was really terrible. So we had to refactor and rebuild like the entire video editor essentially.
Claude finished digging into it.
Hey, did this project get rebuilt now with the new version? I'm gonna use this as the test. All right, let's go see what this looks like. It is nowhere to be found. So, hey, I just double clicked on nullvp.null project and I think it's open, but I can't see the window at all anywhere whatsoever. Yo, what up? What up, Mystical Cell? What's happening, dude? Not much, man. We're here for our regularly scheduled programming of Saturday night, vibe code and game dev streams. I'm trying to pull the VTuber into a project with the custom game engine to see if it cuts down on how heavy it is on my graphics card streaming. That Claude's working on that. This Claude is working on video editor. We're trying to get our video editor to the point where it replaces Kdenlive for editing and posting all the YouTube shorts. Did it work? We just barely created a new project. And it says it claimed it imported the VTuber. It claimed. But I feel like he's going to be really messed up. This is probably not going to be an easy project. It'd probably take like, I don't know, like a whole week of streams and work to get the VTuber converted. Like I said, once I'm done, I'm hoping my GPU will be under way less stress when he's running. And we can do stuff like start to integrate him maybe with the characters. We abandoned the plan of me being able to pick up the characters and stuff because it makes the webcam super laggy. And all of my audio is lagging behind what I'm doing on the camera. So I think for now we've kind of abandoned that plan of being able to pick the characters up. It's cool enough as is. What we're gonna do pretty soon is probably take a break from trying to make all the crazy cool like stream related stuff and cycle back into like actually working on the video games. Well, it's kind of working, so that's not bad, except oh yeah, he's got his face. Not bad, actually. It's not bad at all. Okay, so he's here.
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
I'm actually kind of impressed by the lighting. The lighting's not as like terrible as I thought it would look. And we can always like double the shadow map resolution for this project. Dang, that would have been cool. Seeing the models pretty cool too. I'm currently wearing my streaming bot. What would have been cool? The picking up the characters. We'll look into it again at some point. I was just like, yeah, my camera was like super lagged behind everything I was saying. So more of an involved engineering project than I'd hoped for. You're working on a streaming bot? Oh, word. I was just about to ask what you're up to today. Anyone have a recommendation for an intro to a GeoNodes? I don't. I feel like we've got to have at least somebody in here that's a Blender geometry node expert. You know what else I was going to try to vibe code that I started on, but I don't have it working yet. I want to see if we can vibe code my own direct full body motion capture stuff using all of my Steam VR base stations that I have set up in my house, and my all my VR tracking stuff. Claude was able to see some of it on the network. Before, what I had to do is, the one time I got to do motion capture with my VR setup was I used VR chat with my Steam VR base stations and the the Vive trackers. And VR chat was the only way I could like easily like record myself, but it wasn't actually like motion capture data getting translated to a skeleton. It was just a video reference. So I found this tool that some guy made that was on Steam for taking the Steam VR Vive tracking and getting data that you could map and export into Unreal, and it was a mess. I could not get it to work. It was a huge headache. There was a ton of like weird issues and jank. But now I think that we might be able to make that a possibility with my engine. I still have to run the Steam VR process in the background for my base stations to communicate with my Vive trackers. But yeah, that's kind of one of my hopes next, is if we get the VTuber into the engine, we can add like a bunch of crazy stuff that I've always wanted to add. But it was complicated to figure out. Like, I want more like camera movements that I can record and export renders of for like music video type stuff. And it'd be cool if we can make all that possible using Claude. Have I used Fable 5 model on Claude? Yeah, I used Fable the day that it came back, like 2 weeks ago. I don't think it's worth it. Like, if you look at the charts, if you're on the $100 plan, if you are on the $200 plan, then it's a bit of a different story, probably.
Claude finished the bug fix.
Like, this is the intelligence point. This is some benchmark for like intelligence of the models, right? And you can see Opus 4.8. Yeah, Kimi K3's out, but you can see like Opus 4.8 is like a 56 on this intelligence IQ point per token spent or whatever. Like, I don't know, this intelligence point like meter, and then it's like Fable with fallback. Fable is only like 4 points higher, and it's starting at 56. So we'll do the math real quick on what percentage increase this is. So we're going to divide 4 by 56. And I thought it was about 8%. There you go. It's 7 point. Here, I'll make it so it's bigger so you guys can see it again. So if we divide 4 by 56, we get 0.071 blah, blah, blah. So it's only a 7% increase in intelligence going from Opus 4.8 to Fable. Right? 7% intelligence increase. And I mean, you can see from just using it yourself, if you're on the $100 plan or the $20 plan or whatever, maybe even the $200 plan, but for sure, I'm on the $100 plan. I can see, like, with my meters that I have down here, right? Like, I can see that my session just gets ripped through by Fable at like 4 times the rate, roughly. Just based on gut feeling and watching my meters as they're churning away and the work that they're doing, I feel like Fable literally burns through my subscription tokens 4 times faster than Opus. Getting like roughly the same amount of work done, but with, a 7% intelligence increase, so it's a little better at keeping the big picture in mind or writing slightly better code. But the ratio of like the massive jump in rate that it burns your tokens, to me, does not justify such a marginal increase in intelligence for what I'm doing. I just don't think it's worth it. I feel like it might be kind of the start of this sort of like diminishing returns now. If it was an 8% intelligence improvement in exchange for like, I don't know, like burning your tokens at like 50% increased rate or something, it might feel kind of more worth it to use all the time. But the fact that it's at least double, if not feels like it's triple or 4x, like faster at how much it burns through your tokens, it's not worth it to me. I just feel like per session total body of work that I accomplish with Opus across the board is way more than if I try to run Fable on all those tasks. I wonder if they can make an MOE K3 and what quantization is for it becomes an idiot. I think it is MOE. They've got a whole bunch of crazy new twists on the MOE architecture, and that's part of what makes K3 good. Work well with the YOLO model, created mocap skeleton. So if it's better to use still, I think it is more subscription token efficient. Those are just numbers on a sheet, though, man. In practice, Fable versus Opus, on problems I've thrown at it, it's not even close. Fable is so ridiculously above Opus performance. Really depends on the problems you throw at it. Yeah, what problems are you throwing at it? Because for me, the only thing at all that Fable was worth it, that I feel like, is if it's a greenfield, massive piece of software that you haven't even begun yet, and you need to plan it out and figure out the tech stack. So, like, I used Fable for planning out my entire like video editor and how my new Adobe Premiere replacement was going to work and be structured. So that's all I used it for so far, and then Codex implemented it. Custom mesh algorithm and custom shaders. How much direction were you giving it for some of that stuff versus letting it kind of be in control of the whole output? I feel like if you're making that stuff, and again, it's like greenfield, open ended interpretation of what you're trying to get, I think Fable's really good. If you don't know exactly what you want, you're like, make something cool, make this and make it cool or something. And if you're a little bit more vague, then Fable could be more worth it. I mean, if you're like, make me a shader and I want it to be liquid drip art that is rotating through these colors in this color palette and with this kind of timing and blah, blah, blah. Like, if you know what you want exactly, I just feel like Fable's a little more pointless when it's like, you just need the work done. You don't need any of the ideation steps to happen, Fable low with instructions to use other models to complete work. Letting Fable spawn Fable agents will eat your limits. Fable low as orchestrator is still a 2x improvement, in my opinion, for consistency and token efficiency. Interesting. I've used Fable quite a bit now. I think it's not that important to use Fable. Sure, it's better at finding the real issue underneath, but that can easily be done by prompting better. Like, you can get Sonnet to dance at Fable quality with good enough prompts. I'm giving both a lot of directions, but working with Opus is like pulling teeth. The Fable, it just knows what I'm talking about for anything. It builds its own instrumentation and harness. For Opus, I have to do that all myself, and even when I do, in my experience, I know it's been frustrating. Interesting. Maybe I'll use Fable more, but to me so far, I was like, well, this is stupid. My whole session's over in an hour. And if I was just using Opus, I could have gotten 4 times the amount of work done in these 4 hours. Instead of just being stuck in after 1 hour of it literally working on one thing. I feel like a few weeks ago, people were saying Fable is somehow dangerous, and nowadays we just ignore that for the bullshit it is. Yeah, like half the people are like, it's unnecessary, and it just like ends my session way earlier. That's why I think like it might be one of the first examples of reaching a point of diminishing returns on the type of intelligence that LLMs have to offer us, you know? Like, it's nice to always have a smarter model, but if the jump in like costs, like if it's an API cost thing and the jump goes up 3x, 4x, but it's a marginal improvement, people are gonna be like, this isn't worth the dollar per point, you know? We might be hitting kind of a ceiling pretty soon where until like token costs come down more, it's like not worth it. I know I'd say Tesla alone have delegate work and Recon Opus and Sonnet. I might, but again, like I don't have something where I need an agent that's orchestrating 5 agents at a time that frequently at the moment. The only time that happens to me if it's a greenfield massive piece of software. Like literally, if I was like, let's make a new Adobe After Effects from scratch, then I'd be like, okay, I need an agent that's orchestrating a whole team of agents to go out and build out, scaffold the entire beginning structure to this project or something like that, or building a game engine. You're like, I don't like, we got to start from scratch, build the entire Vulkan rendering stack, and the UI and all this. I feel like that is totally you for sure worth it to have an orchestrator and an army of agents doing stuff. For sure. I don't have anything to test it on right now that's in that level of scope. I'm kind of stuck in the I've built the foundation for every big piece of software I could possibly ever dream of wanting. And now we're in the refinement and polishing step on all of them. So it's moving like kind of slowly, but the results are getting better. That's how you've been using it, but on Medium as an orchestrator? Interesting. So it sounds like that's the way to go. A lot of you guys are swearing by it. Got a big project to do. All right, how does the latency look today on controlling your characters? What the heck? All right, the jump arc is too high. Yeah, they're jumping way. He's jumping way too high in the browser version. How's the rubber banding when I stop moving? Hey, the jump is like way too high in the browser version. It's like almost double the jump arc for some reason.
Ad break incoming.
The rubber banding seems better. I'll have to mess with that more. The attack seems like it does like a stutter where it kind of starts and stops. All right. Who else do we need for death animations? Yo, Fable instructs Opus to do the single coding task and Sonnet to do file searching for comparisons, even for single task issues. Fable makes sure things are done. Oh, that's just with a default Claude harness or Claude code. That's good. Uh, my pipeline build script starts with Sonnet to implement things in Haiku verify all tools. Pretty cool. It gives Haiku an actual purpose. Right now, I have Fable calling on Soul to implement. Soul has weird tendencies. Weird tendencies like what? Cyber Intel Agency. How's your job hunting? What's up, man? It's good. I got 2 interview processes going right now, and I've got another job application sent off out there in the wild. I need to send like 5 to 10 more job apps this week. I think if I send another 5 to 10 this week, I'll feel like there's a high chance that I'll have uh some kind of fun job sorted out by the time we get around to like September or so at the latest. My hope. I'm trying to keep the Twitch stream consistent, but yeah. Twitch and YouTube's a long way off from being able to pay all the bills. Long way off. His arm just flipped backwards. I think we could leave it. He's not really supposed to be human anyways. Yo, level 002. Thanks for the Prime sub. Oh no, your character's dead. There's supposed to be an animation at the bottom when you Prime sub. We'll have to make the Prime subs bring your guy back to life. They're dead. Let me ask it for that right now. Hey, can you make it where somebody subscribes? They get brought back to life if they're dead. Or if they do a Prime sub, of course, too. IQ tokens are cheaper than Sonnet by 5x. Wow. Failing 3x, succeeding the 4th time is still cheaper. Wow, that's pretty cheap. Cloud dev or game dev job? Game dev jobs. My job title and my experience is senior technical game designer. So I'm going to try to exhaust every single option possible in what I already have, 5+ years of experience in on my resume before I try to go outside the industry. Solo travel to Earth and backwards just across the street sometimes. Really, there's times where it receives tasks from Fable and tries to call on subagents to break up the work for it. And you think it's like not necessary sometimes when it's trying to break the subagents up. All right, we're gonna change it where if you guys subscribe, definitely if you do a Prime sub like Level 02 just did, it's going to revive you if you're dead. Bottom of the screen. All my code work is done using pipeline build and a ledger.
Claude wrapped up the task.
A lot of tokens get spent on the harness. Huh.
Claude wrapped up the investigation. Claude finished the fix.
All right, this is an editor issue, but the middle dividing line between the video clips and the audio clips is, it looks like it's one row below, and then audio and video are flipped. The video is supposed to be on top, just like Adobe Premiere. Uh, please make sure that never happens ever again in any new projects. That should be a part of the way the editor is built and works. Also, I'm not seeing any waveform preview at all in the audio clips. And then also, this particular project is not structured in the shorts, YouTube Shorts format of vertical 1080, 60 FPS with the stacked video clips. Kanban board for agents, nice. I don't like expired milk. What's up, dude? We're here for some Saturday vibe coding. We're doing game dev work on the characters on the screen. We're doing vibe coding work on the video editor. Everyone's just talking about Oppenheimer forever earlier, and okay, I rotated him to like face towards the lighting in the way that I want him to. And then we need a camera that faces him kind of head on in this sort of position. I'll adjust it later. But we need it for the stream. We need to add inputs to the project. Make sure you look at how inputs are set up in the Noel Marlequin project. There is a specific way that we set up inputs in the game engine. There's no need to hard code anything at all or add anything to the game engine to handle inputs. But we need 1, 2, and 3 on the keyboard to be different camera switch inputs eventually, and set Q, W, and E up as just project inputs. We're going to use those later. But we need to take the material slots on the character, and we need to make new materials that are different colors for him. I'll show you what he looks like normally in Unreal. It cut my parakeet message in half again. All right, my parakeet message got cut in half. Gotta make sure I don't copy anything for a little bit. Task manager can route different models. Nice Super Meat Boy thumbs up. Oh, neat. I kind of want that. So for Hermes, do I need to use this harness or can I use whatever I like? You hate Hermes? You don't like Hermes? I like Hermes. Doom, doom. Oh, that's the other thing we should do today.
Claude has a question for you.
Um, experimental view, the new VS Code UI. I haven't seen that. What does VS Code's UI look like? They got an update? This one, 1.129. This is VS Code now? It looks like Claude Code or a Claude desktop app. This looks exactly like the Claude desktop app. Think that's
Claude has a
agents?
plan ready for you.
Okay, it looks similar here to normal VS Code. And then, yeah, now it's a bunch of floating, padded, rounded corners. So it's kind of, it looks like Claude, a Claude desktop. So padding, rounded corners, everything's floating. It looks like Claude desktop. Yo, thanks for the follow, Psy Apsy. Psyopsy. Psyopsy. When did they update? I don't know. It says it's experimental modern UI. Is every UI update modern? I feel like that's always the name. It gets added to everything.
Claude finished looking into it.
Sure, I haven't used it since on purpose. I'm trying to keep the clipboard clear for what's going on. Go ahead and fix it as problem. No matter what it takes. SF6 modern controls, yeah. Everything gets the name modern tacked onto it whenever it comes out now for the last like 10 years. So the joke I'm getting at here is, when is it no longer modern because you've named the last 3 updates modern for the last decade? How do I focus all this stuff? I don't know, man. You know, having my AI yell at me when different Claudes are done and stuff is helpful. I don't really, you know, I'm not that focused. Like, I at least have a general idea of like, what are we able to accomplish in a 5-hour stream of like vibe coding and working on stuff? What is a reasonable amount of stuff I can get done? What are the goals? And then I'm just working towards those goals, which is, I want to see version 1 of my VTuber working and displaying on the screen, but through our game engine instead of Unreal Engine. So I just want to see version 1.0 of that, or 0.5 or whatever, like very early. And then along the way, if there's random other stuff that pops up that I think of, then I just throw a different Claude on it. Like my voice chat speech to text just cuts off in half sometimes. It just did that over here. So this Claude is now fixing that problem for me trying to narrate to that Claude. This one's working on the VTuber. This one's working on the video editor. This one's working on the latency of you guys being able to control the characters on the bottom of the screen. But that, a deploy to the website to work. And so I have another window over here where I can monitor a deployment getting built for the website. So this guy's on hold. I can't verify that what he did works until the website's deployed. This guy's just sitting idle waiting for me to give it animations to generate. So he's not doing anything. This Codex is doing nothing. I had Codex work on the video editor for a while yesterday, and it just like it ran out of tokens in the session, and then Claude had to take over. So I don't really feel like using Codex right now. I don't have a good task for it at the moment. I could put Codex back on the audio DAW. But anyway, so there's not really a lot of focus needed. It's the only focus that I have to have is knowing it's like I said, I just have one goal, and knowing that we're at least making progress towards the main goal of the night, which is getting the VTuber on the screen through the custom game engine. ChatGPT base model is kind of so European. So Codex works pretty well for me. I use it with the Oh My Codex harness. Definitely just baseline Codex it gets stuck a lot. It's pretty annoying. I don't like just vanilla Codex for sure. You can't use OpenAI models unless they're in the Claude code harness. Interesting. Yeah, I use Oh My Codex, so general consensus, you should use a custom harness if you're going to Codex stuff. Yeah, so the way you focus is by not focusing. The way you focus now with running a bunch of agents is you just do a ton of different things, and every time you think of something that needs to be done, you tell an agent to do it. But the other way too, though, is I keep the same agents in the same spots every day for the most part. So like this one in the top right for the last 2 weeks has always been the Claude agent that processes the sprite sheet animations. Dying. Was coughing. Oh, that's good. Good. Great. It's a little bit sideways. It looks better though. But anyway, so I keep the same Claudes in the same positions every day for the most part, and it just gradually shifts over time depending on what I'm doing. But that's another way that I'm able to keep track of what's what. Is I have each one's like a thread of something, some specific thing we're working on. And there's a consistency in which ones. Redeemed a cheer, nice. Yeah, you guys have redeems now to control the character at the bottom. to do little emotes, and we're gonna add to that over time. That's a pretty stupid death emote, but I don't really feel it, or animation. I don't really feel like
Ad
redoing
break
it though.
incoming.
Boom's powered up. Powered up. Oh, you powered up just for the feast. But now you look big when you're feasting. Let's download this guy's death animation. I kind of like that his arm just like breaks. Boom, I liked your stream title today. 100%. You were background noise in my apartment for like a good part of the afternoon. We work it was that Boom Face 2 that you were working on? Version 2 of your face? At the start? Background noise was sprinkle of cheese spam. Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw a ton of stuff I'd never seen before too at the beginning of your stream. The tree getting chopped down with the hive of bees that were swarming all around the screen. I'd never seen that one. That was crazy. I'd never seen otter before.
Claude completed the task.
If you had sound effects on every single thing and you turned it on briefly, then just one of those little spams of people just blowing you up in lasers and bumblebees and vans and otter and stuff. I'm telling you, like, just in the first like 20 minutes of your stream today, there's like multiple things worth posting as like a TikTok or a YouTube short. Especially if there is like a little sound effect for every single one of those bits of chaos. there's like there's like 10 clips at least in like 10 minutes. Everything could have sounds, but you opt not to do that. Yeah, it would be way too much chaos. But I'm saying if you ever want to just take the every day moment to moment chaos and turn it into a clip, I think that would, like, one day I think that would really help. But you like tell chat there's a window for them to go crazy. Like, all right, chat, we're turning the sounds on for the next 5 minutes, and then everyone will go extra nuts, all their usual shenanigans, and it would like explode your speakers. It'd be, then you'd be like instant YouTube clip there. Save time to look at my game. What game do you have, J2? Universe is TCG Sim ongoing project, pushing my first big update since Opus 4.7. I could look at it a little bit. I'm not gonna play it in depth at the moment. I'll look at it for like 5 minutes. But I can tell you that what we're planning on doing is hopefully a sign up form, like a Google form. I'm gonna post either tomorrow or Monday. Complex ass rules and time windows. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I figured as soon as you said TCG. I was like, yeah, I don't think I can dive deep enough into that right now. um but I was gonna tell you that I am gonna start doing community playthroughs of people's vibe coded projects. Saturday during the daytime. So like about 12 hours earlier than this time right now, next Saturday. We're going to do our first event where I post like a Google sheet and then everybody can in the Discord and then everybody can add their projects to the sheet and then we'll showcase and we'll play them and we'll community play them if it's multiplayer. Like everybody in chat will play it also. And we'll do a group critique and stuff and give feedback of anything that people want. I'm going to try to concentrate. It's like an hour or so, like next Saturday. We'll see how it goes. But that's the plan right now. So hopefully we have enough projects to fill the hour. And I'm going to turn it into a long form video that I will post on YouTube. And we're going to try to do that every...
Claude needs your input before it continues.
We're trying to do that like every 2 weeks, I think, depending on how much content we have and how many people sign up. So it could be every 2 weeks, could be every month. I don't know. And depending on how difficult it is for me to organize it myself. Boom. Yes, new face. I want something more expressive and normal looking. Okay. I feel like your face. What do you think your face looks like right now? In terms of, I feel like yours is more. It's not anime. It is a little bit normal. I wonder what you'd classify your current one as. Then you feel like it's not normal. Yeah. Let's take a look at your thing in just a second. Let me let's give a little all right, see if we can get a death animation out of this guy. You have to go time for that. TCG sims are a bit much. Well, I said it depends on how many entries we get.
Claude's done with the fix.
It could be we have enough stuff to fill up like 2 hours, and then I later go in and edit it down to 1 hour, and I take out all the space in between. Um, I don't know. We'll see how much we can get through. By the way, I think there's a few new people here in the chat. I'm gonna give my PSA as usual about if you guys want to listen to the stream without music, you can tune in on YouTube. If you want the music, you can stay here. I ended up building it solely to learn how to play the game. Found out quickly that it didn't have a sim for a good reason. The amount of timing windows and interactions for effects are unholy. What game was it? Yeah, I think to this day, one of the most amazing gameplay engineering feats is probably the Yu-Gi-Oh video game, the Yu-Gi-Oh card game video games. I bet those are the most insane nightmares to program. I bet like every card has some kind of hard coded bullshit happening, or a bunch of them probably. Yeah, I can't imagine trying to program 10,000 Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Ten exit? What game? What game could possibly be more complicated than Yu-Gi-Oh and have more content and cards than Yu-Gi-Oh? That's a card game. Universus is like 20 years old. Oh, Universal Fighting System. I think I remember hearing that. 1v1 using characters from iconic pop culture franchises. $10,000 unique cards. Okay, it's got the same amount as Yu-Gi-Oh then. Does it have a bunch of effects that are like 2 paragraphs long? Like Yu-Gi-Oh? There's over 12,000 unique Yu-Gi-Oh cards. More than 20,000, someone said. No one knows the exact amount. The Japanese version of the game is 12,456. The American version of the card game has 11,145 in total. Phrasing on the cards is the same actually drove you insane. Okay, that does suck. Yeah, that Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have that, but they do have some really freaking weird interactions. Okay, so let me restart the characters. Got some changes. Okay, we generated the death animation for every single character. Can you go ahead and process and import and hook all those up?
Claude finished digging into it.
Ugh. Overall, card games aren't too bad if you can wrap your head around the scope of what the engine needs to account for versus individual card scripts. It's mostly zone placement, card stats, and math, and player agency on the game. The engine side, true, but the like per case scripting, like you're talking about, gets crazy. Ugh. Say the word, and I'll set it up after an M dash. Classic AI message.
Claude wrapped up the investigation. Claude has 2 questions for you.
Okay, guys. Um, so we are we have the VTuber actually in the scene. Crazy. The stream camera. Stream camera needs to be here. Hey, I moved the position of the rotation of the stream camera to be where I wanted it, and I moved it out from underneath Trickery because he might move around in the scene in the future or something like that. So I want it to just be out at the level, uh, parent level instead, and I saved it and closed it. Hey, disable the half sync for now, but it is possible we will need to reintroduce a little bit of the offset. Let's see this Grok build sprite sheet thing. Grok Builder, Grok Mesh to generate base animations, then using a sprite slicing tool. Two-years old on Stable Diffusion. That's so choppy. Just because the frame count's low. Interesting. Okay, the main thing I want right now, we did have some ideation for this before. The main thing that I want is we need to figure out like we were gonna make mouth visemes and stuff, but I can't do that because it's in the whole face needs to like move as it's changing expressions and talking. So I think we have our process now for reposing with a skill with Nano Banana. I think we could maybe try something where we generate the different key mouth shapes for the character and expression types on the face. I don't know like how many different permutations that would be. Well, what I'm thinking is we generate the Nano Banana images, then we use our tweening skill that we have with FFmpeg for filling in all the like bridged animation frames from every pose to every other logical pose that could follow after that for the face when talking. Let me know if that's possible and a good idea. The other approach I'm thinking about that we could try to take is we have her say some dialogue in Kling that covers the basis of all different basic mouth shapes, and then we splice those out with the sprite animation skill. Oh my gosh, dude, where is that? J2. Yeah, I cheated and built a parser and agent pipeline that watches tournament footage to get you 80% of the way there for the individual effects. Well, that helps. It could also go through the hard description text, I would think too, but post you saw for Grok build skills. Is this the one? I was trying to find what game asset skill suite that uses Grok Imagine. 5 skills: game asset core, game animation frames, game character consistency, game tile sets, game UI icons. You know, looping frame students on a cubable background. Core forces engine ready defaults. You never have to ask for isolated subjects. First cubable, flat cubable background, seamless tiles, no text on UI. Edit chaining the same character instead of regenerating video first, base sprite, image to video. Flip test the loop. Video understands gate, arcs, cloth, and fire. Still image.
Claude
pose.
finished investigating.
Guessing.
Ad break incoming.
Characters say identity lock, cross turnarounds, damage saves, power stops, equipment on movement. 2x2 composite check for seams, repeating motifs, and tone checkerboarding. UI is a system. Geometry identical button stays, 32px legible icon. Sets under one style contract, 9 slice panels with blank text ready interiors. Describe the game. This is an AI post here at the bottom. This is an indicator. But that's pretty sick. That's pretty cool. The official rules is a Providence test to the effects well. Nice.
Claude squashed the burger.
Okay. So I'm not saying anything because I'm thinking and strategizing about. I want to get this character animated. The desktop AI avatar. I want her to be animated. So trying to figure out how to do that right now. And it's gonna be a little bit tricky actually. Okay. Yeah, sure. The framing's great, but can you make materials now for him for plain black, plain white, and the ones that have the shader patterns that I was talking about? Then assign them to material slots on the character. Where's Null? Where's this thing it's talking about? Null voice agent desktop? Oh, there we go. Okay. Original image. Hey, I have this AI avatars project open. Can you export the this image, the null paint version of AI Avatar 1, um, into the folder that the project's in? And then can you also make a padded green screen version of it as well? All right. So we're gonna see if we can get her to talk. I'm having to shuffle some things around to make it possible. Um,
Claude wrapped up the investigation. Claude has a question for you. Claude wrapped up the investigation.
hey, the captions plugin seems messed up now. Our new real version of the editor. The captions that are showing on screen are like missing the style setting for the trickery caption that we had from Caden Live previously. Also, yeah, we need to figure out how to change this project. If we make a new project, we need a template version for the resolution, the orientation, so that we have a 1080p portrait video, 60 FPS for this project. All right. Tried switching over to Fable for fixing the video editor. We'll see how that goes. Because it does seem like some things are getting missed. Warlong 2, Noble Red 1. Wait, this was Gorlunk 2. That one's pretty stupid looking. That's why I didn't save it. What else did it say we're missing? Red 2. And Siren 2. Oh yeah, hers was...
Claude needs your input before it continues.
Finish this. Okay, where did it just put? Oh no, I was gonna put this in the programming folder. Let's see. No. Copy location. Okay, the avatar is here. This is the neutral one, the green screen. Please generate the major like poses for the neutral like loop and the thinking loop. I'll see if I can get an idle. Actually, we don't need the neutral. Let's see. Let me change this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Let's just do this in Cling. All right, that's pretty good. What? It flipped his head around. It like really doesn't like trying to put this dude on his back. What the heck? Oh my gosh, it something about the way that character is drawn, like Kling can't handle him being flat on his back at all. We'll just use this jank. That doesn't make any sense either. I think the other one was better, but it had some like extra stuff that
Claude's done with the task.
Okay, I just added a death animation for those four. Process it and add it. Perfect. There we go. Let's see if we can get a loop of her idle and blinking. Claude's processing the death animation. Sounds good. Go ahead and start implementing both. Yeah, that's fine. You should be able to figure out what the Kdenlive settings were previously. Can you go find the make short template for Kdenlive? What those positions were? And translate that for our null video? I'm in queue 4 minutes with playing. That's lame. Okay. One of the clods is working on per sub mesh material slot materials in the engine because we didn't have that before. Now, my character is forcing that to become a thing. So it's going to work on that. Check this.
Claude finished the task.
Yeah, go ahead and figure out the tree imposters because that does seem to be the biggest thing right now. Is I can see like the trees just stop where the chunk boundary is, where we stop loading the 3x3 chunks around us. Instead of having trees that are completely faded out by distance fog. Also, I think the mountain at this distance would probably have to be completely blue and distance fogged, right, to be similar to WoW. All right, all the characters should have death animations now. I'm going to restart the characters. We'll see it play out on the next invasion. Oh, there might be one right now. All right, it's
Ad
loading.
break incoming.
Okay, back.
Claude finished the task.
How was the invasion? Did the death animations play? I missed it. Try to go AFK. All right, guys. Yeah, let's see how these cling animations turn out. He's clipping off the edge, so this is kind of what I was afraid of. Might need to add some padding, at least on the top and the sides. I don't want to add any padding on the bottom because I feel like it's going to instantly try to draw and fill in her more of her body instead of keeping it cut off like a portrait. Pretty cool though, seeing her come to life a little bit. All right. Okay. So we have the green screen. I just try to generate an idle animation in Kling. We need I need this image, but I need a little bit of padding on the top and the sides, a little more green screen
Claude
padding.
finished the bug fix.
She was just doing a simple breathing animation. The top of her head like clipped out of the frame. Right? Where is Okay, we have like 40 minutes to cap out our session tokens. Let's just use a bunch of Fable on this. You got your bot working with Discord, YouTube, and Twitch now. You're off to bed. Nice, man. Your rest stream. Thanks, dude. Yup. That's the way to do it.
Claude finished investigating.
Full roster now plays death animation. Okay, I'll see those next time. Okay, I'll open the window and the audio waveform isn't there like by default. It shows up like after a while after I open the project. Like a major delay. It just happened. Watch for a minute. What happened? Rubbing behavior is busted. Video. What is this? Really messed a bunch of things up, didn't it? So the next thing the video editor needs is it needs an effects panel. I ask if we can get a different layout depending on if it's a landscape clip or a vertical short. Get a dumb. Hit your usage limit for the whole week? Wait, they let me just grind out codecs all the way to the weekly cap? Crazy. So that is the weekly amount on my codecs. It spent the whole weekly amount. Fine by me.
Claude completed the task.
Bam.
Before the first shot lands, fine. Yeah, I would expect that you could just cache the visuals and stuff, please, so that it just shows up. Claude's trying to tell me you can go to Japan for like $1,500 total for like 10 days. That's crazy. I don't believe it. Attack fix needs no engine relaunch. Okay, so let's go refresh the browser on this. Resets in 30 minutes. We'll keep using Fable for some of this stuff. Try to cap out the tokens. We're at 75% usage for the session. Interesting. Okay, we got a new padded version of character.
Claude completed the task.
Try this. Again. Excuse me. Let's make the duration 5 seconds. See what we get. So we added some more padding to the top and the side of this character because just doing this very simple idle animation clips off the top edge.
Ad break incoming.
See if we get, yeah, all right, we got an invasion. So now I can see how the death animations are playing out. Well, the death animations are working. It didn't make that big of a difference, really. I hope the hit reactions make a little more of an impact. Might add a lot. It's watch for a minute. Okay, next, our video scrubbing and like playback is completely broken. All I see is a still image in the preview window when I hit play or when I scrub back and forth. Okay, yeah, it looks good having the trees at that distance. Um, the really far ones don't look like they're having the distance fog like color applied, like the WoW screenshot. Um, we need that, and then uh, yeah, go ahead and do the real billboard if you figure out how to do it. And yeah, we want the fog to turn into like fully blue again, just like the WoW distance. Actually, don't make it fully blue yet. Let's wait. I want to see if we can push more for like realism, like Red Dead.
Claude is asking you a question. Claude squashed the bug.
Is the binary stale? Because right now it looks like the none of the black and white colors got changed. The character. um, yeah. I hope you guys are getting stuff done. Vibe coding some cool stuff tonight. I think I'm making progress. It doesn't feel significant, but it feels like something is happening. Okay, so now whenever I box drag on the captions, it's also selecting the audio clip for some reason. Even though the box did not extend up to the audio track. I'll try to like delete just specific captions or something. So Codex is done for the whole week.
Claude finished digging into it.
The gloves are supposed to be white. The shirt is supposed to be black. The shorts are supposed to be black. The shoes are supposed to be black. And then, yeah, the arms and the legs and the head have the shaders.
Claude finished the bug fix.
Rename this pane video editor Claude. Name this pane video editor Claude.
Got it. This pane is now video editor Claude. Claude finished investigating.
Cool. That looks better. And then the eyebrows are actually supposed to have a transparent material because we ended up not using them, but they're still modeled onto him. But fix
Claude
that,
needs your input before it continues.
and then go ahead and make the animated shaders and apply them. Okay, so now when I have the cut tool selected, I want there to be like a red vertical line covering the whole timeline, like top to bottom, like this when I'm in Kden Live. And the cursor icon needs to change to a just like a vertical line, or it actually should maybe just hide the cursor when I'm hovering over the timeline and I'm in cut mode and I just see the vertical red line moving around as I move the cursor around inside the timeline. Also, I need different coloration on the single or all cut and selection tool when I toggle between those two modes. Just make it a different color for single versus all. All right, resets in 10 minutes. We're at 85% usage. I think the character piloting thing is kind of just a mess. It's tried to fix the latency on it a few times, and it's not great. It's not perfect. It's
Video editor Claude finished the task.
It's usable for whatever you guys want to try to do with it. But it's not amazing. I don't want to push it too much further. I feel like we're getting what we want of this. Like nobody uses this. Using it a little bit, but it's kind of what I suspected, where it's like this feature that's like a pretty big undertaking to get it to work well, but it's something that's just like a novelty that we use just kind of rarely. Be a long time before I figure out how we could incentivize some cool stuff with playing actively versus passively. Okay, it is a little disorienting not seeing like my cursor completely. But I just want to try it. Can we still show the cursor like change the icon like it's just like a I don't know, like a vertical bar or something when we're in the cut mode? And then also when we're in single versus all, can we make the red line stick to only one track versus showing the red line across all tracks depending on the mode that I'm in? Showing one track versus showing across all the tracks to like really show which mode we're in and what the cut action is going to accomplish. Yo, thank you for the follow. Issue, I'm define definite. Finite. Define finite? Define, I don't know. A lot of words. Cool. I appreciate the follow. Your second follower we had tonight. That's closer to the goal. Doing a little bit of game dev vibe coding. Doing a lot of things, actually. Let's see how this turned out.
Video editor Claude completed the task.
I was afraid of, dude. It's like, ugh. Trying to fill in the space. That could be like an Easter egg. Generate neutral first. We did that. Yeah, this goes. Okay, next we need the cut all should actually cut the captions up as well. And we need a linking button for the captions track. Where if we do any editing actions like a ripple, if we do like a ripple delete, we need it to affect the caption track as well. Oh, okay. So now we are in the oh yeah. All right, that all works. All those actions work. Cut, cut. Whenever I left click like anywhere in the application, there's like something that like flashes in the timeline with like an audio clip ghost and like a video clip ghost. Yo, thanks for the follow. Stanty Leet 33. Stantit 33. 3 out of 10 today. Good. Good start. We're vibe coding. Vibe coding an Adobe Premiere replacement on Linux. For editing YouTube shorts and stuff automatically out of the stream. Eventually, I'll use this video editor for long form stuff and cool music videos and stuff, but we're ways off. We're also vibe coding, trying to. My VTuber right now, his hand tracking doesn't work. And he is trapped in Unreal Engine, which was awesome, but now with AI, Unreal Engine's pretty rigid. It's not very fun. It's super slow to develop with Unreal Engine. Literally like you're in the slow lane. So we're trying to get my VTuber over to my custom engine so we can start doing some really cool things and integrate like crazy effects happening and stuff when people follow or subscribe and fix bugs and getting chat messages to work with it, all that good stuff. Ad break.
Ad break incoming.
All right, Claude reset. Run a new session. Let's see if we can cap this session out before I go to sleep. So we're going to keep using Fable for doing video editing, video editor task. Odds are cooking.
Claude finished looking into it.
Wonder what other vibe coded Adobe Premiere replacements there are that people have made.
Video editor Claude's done with the task.
What just happened? A dude that can vibe code a Photoshop or After Effects alternative will most likely be hired by Adobe itself. Wait, really? Can I get a job at Adobe for making this video editor? I doubt it.
Claude completed the task.
Funniest part about AI is how fast opinions change. Linus Torvalds. What does vibe and vibe coding stand for? Very inefficient but entertaining. 4 days ago. This is a Google anti-gravity fixing up a visualization tool, which was also generated with help from Google, but of the normal kind. Mostly went smoothly, although I had to figure out what problem using built-in rectangle select was after telling anti-gravity to just do a custom rectangle select. Things went. It's much better than I could do by hand, sure is. This is on June 26th. Said that. Watch an experienced developer use AI. It's not the same. Meme just got real to I'm a programmer. Which programming languages do you use? Claude. A fight breaks out. I don't really know. Claude writes the code. I just tell it what I want. My co-founder quietly put his pen down and neither said anything for seconds. Not because she used AI. Have our team builds AI. We pass because she couldn't explain what she was building beyond the prompt. AI is changing software engineering, but understand what your code does is still part of being an engineer. This meme won't make sense after 10 years. The Claude grammars won't have a clue what a programmer was. If you think I'm wrong, my mother was a telephonist. My grandpa made a killing profession that got automated away by biologists. Things change. Make the money while the money's there. Now seeing the problem. Claude wrote all the code. AI jazz music on YouTube. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Enough of that. What do you do when you're waiting? You go read the vibe coding subreddit. That's what you do when you're waiting. That guy's question. Okay, let's get him started on that. You just had a super chicken donair and waffle fries. They fish out in the middle of a milkshake. It sounds good. Really good, man.
Video editor Claude finished the fix.
Carmelo's milkshake's a little sweet. Yeah, that'll make a milkshake really sweet. For sure. That's sick. Okay, we got a good one. Okay, we got the watermelon clip. We got an idle clip. We got a look around clip that's just supposed to be like an Easter egg one that plays randomly during after the idle's been looping for a while. Like it plays like the look around plays once every like 2 to 4 minutes, somewhere in that range. And we got a thinking loop or thinking clip. You're gonna have to like figure out how to use the sprite animations skill, which has a lot of information in it about You're probably gonna have to make an animation statement sheet for this and split it up. So like thinking has like an intro and where it starts up from the idle frame, and then it needs to have, you need to like loop some of the frames at the end of the animation somehow, like have them ping-ponging, where the electricity is going and the processor is processing, because the thinking could be a variable amount of time, and then when she's done thinking, then it needs to play, the reverse of it to get out of the thinking. Or it might not even, it might need to snap straight into like her doing the talking. And then I'm leaving it up to you to look at the frames for the watermelon clip and figure out how to split that up into Vicemes and how we can blend those pieces and stuff together. Possibly using FFmpeg to generate tweens for bridging between the different Vicemes. I mean, it's supposed to be sweet, but it tastes like it's got caramel added to it. Really sweet. Watched the new Mummy movie. It was on sale for $6.99 on Prime. The rental was like $5.99. Yeah, dude, that's my favorite place to own movies is on Prime. I'm glad that you can actually own movies on there. Dude, I've been rewatching Altered Carbon again. I've watched Altered Carbon like twice now, maybe 3 times, all the way through season 1 and 2. I don't know why. I don't get tired of it. It's just like, dude, the whole world of it just pulls me in. It's so awesome. I'm like, yeah, there's only season 1 and 2. Altered Carbon was no, there will not be a 3rd season. Netflix officially canceled the sci-fi series in August 2020. Following its 2nd season, the decision was driven by Netflix standard viewership to cost evaluation, as the show's expensive production costs did not yield the audience numbers necessary to justify renewal. I bet the Sandman show is like that too. I heard that's one of the most expensive shows ever. Season 2 came out on Netflix. Then season 2 also visuals are stunning. The cast is so. After they find war, the pace starts to get odd. Huh. I don't know what this curse is, but like every TV show seems to be worse on the 2nd season than the first one. Why is that? What does Claude have to say about that? Well, technically, we own only the license to view it in that country it was issued. Interesting. I've seen Altered Carbon a dozen times at least. Sad they cut it. Did you know they shot it in Canada? No, I didn't know that. What was he a part of again? The Enclave? You can't remember. The Envoys. Anyways, those guys are Canadians. People don't know that either. People didn't like it because the main character changed, even though they are both great actors who play the lead. Oh, so you don't think it was a fair reason why season 2 didn't get the viewership they needed to greenlight a season 3 because of such a dramatic change? Yeah, I liked both seasons. I don't remember season 2 as clearly. I'm excited to watch it again. I like the setting on season 2 because I remember season 2 is on another planet for a lot of it, which is awesome. Dude, it's so good. Altered Carbon is so good. Couldn't get on board with constant change in the main character. It happened twice. Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, it's like literally the fantasy of the book where people change bodies all the time is actually something that limits its capabilities in the entertainment world. That's kind of nuts. It's such a radical concept, but it's a likely outcome in the future. That's why I think I find it so fascinating. Kids were killed. Show people had an issue with it. Try to say they lived when they clearly didn't. I don't remember that part exactly. But that, dude, I mean, I don't know. It's war, bro. It's part of a war zone type vibe in a show. Um, I want to ask Fable, like, why are most TV shows on streaming platforms terrible? You watched yeah, I've watched it all the way through twice, and I'm on the third time right now. Why are most streaming potatoes relative to kids? Oh yeah, that scene. Yeah, yeah, that was crazy. That's crazy. That's coming up probably where I'm at right now. I mean, they wanted to show that people are evil. Pretty good way to show that. They still got greenlit for a second season, even with that happening. So, why are most TV shows on streaming platforms terrible on streaming platforms? Terrible
Ad break
on the
incoming.
second season, but amazing first season. Dude, I think there's a whole season of Severed that I haven't seen yet. In the book, that didn't happen. Oh, okay, so they made it up for the show to dramatize it. I added death animations to all the characters, by the way. Last Divergent movie didn't happen. It pissed so many people off. It's sad, actually. Well, it didn't piss enough people off, I guess, right? Because they didn't get made, which means there wasn't enough financial incentive there. How it goes. Some people have to know there's going to be a profit, or they invest millions of dollars. Turn the last one to a series where the actor like realize how many actors are now taking series gigs, especially well-known ones. What do you mean? As opposed to what? Okay, so I asked Fable, I'm just curious, why is the first season of TV shows that are made for streaming series, why is it always so good? Like the first season's always so good for most TV shows, and then the second season's always super mediocre and like wandering, like a 6 out of 10 or a 7 out of 10 when the first season's like a 10 out of 10 for a lot of stuff. Um, let's see. And I'm assuming it has to do with the production and the funding and the way things get greenlit or something weird, something like that on the business and the production side. Let's see what Claudia say. There are a few structural reasons this pattern keeps happening, and most of them come down to how streaming shows get made versus how TV used to work. The biggest one is that first seasons are often pitched and developed over years. The creator has been sitting with the idea, refining the pilot, knowing exactly what story they want to tell. Sometimes the first season is literally the entire story they had, a complete arc with a beginning, middle, and end. Then it becomes a hit, and the platform orders more, and now the writers have to invent a continuation for something that was never designed to continue. You can feel this in shows where season one ends satisfyingly, and season two spends 8 episodes undoing that resolution just to have somewhere to go. There's always a time crunch. Season one might have had a 3-year development runway. Season two gets greenlit and has to ship in 12 to 18 months while the iron's hot. Less time to break the story, less time to rewrite, and often the original creator is now stretched thin across press, producing, and maybe other projects the success unlocked for them. Success itself changes the incentives too. Season one was made by hungry people trying to prove something with no guarantee anyone would watch. Season two is made under expectations, notes from executives who now care a lot, and pressure to service what the audience loved, which often means amplifying the most memeable elements rather than what actually made the show work. Breakout side characters get inflated roles, the mystery box gets bigger instead of resolved, budgets balloon towards spectacle. There's a selection effect worth naming. You most mostly notice pattern shows whose first seasons were great, which sets a bar that regression to the mean alone makes hard to clear. A merely good second season feels like a betrayal after a phenomenal first one. The shows that dodge this, Severance is one of the ones I just mentioned. The Bear, that's all. I haven't seen Andor, but Severance and The Bear, awesome all the way through. Tend to be ones where the creators planned a multi-season structure from day one, or where the premise is an engine, a setting that generates stories rather than a fuse, a single mystery burning toward an answer. Fuse shows are almost structurally doomed after the fuse runs out. As a game designer, you've probably seen the analogous thing in live service games. The launch content was polished over years, and the content treadmill demands the same quality on a fraction of the timeline. Go. Pretty reasonable. So that is kind of what a little bit of what I just expected, but a little more of what I didn't realize, which is it's about people planned it out for multiple seasons versus they planned it out for just one and then had surprise success. That kind of it's good I looked that up. That's some useful knowledge that only further cements my planning for my ideas for how I want the Nuldrums MMO to go. I want the I want to spend like 10 years planning the Nuldrums MMO and like plan it out so that it's alive for 20 years. And everything rolls out over a 20-year time frame, you know? That's what I think happened with World of Warcraft too. They had their plans and they were done and they were out of stuff to resolve. The engine they had for the story was resolved by the end of Wrath of the Lich King. And from then on, it was just like creative on the fly, having to jam stuff together, you know? Movie actors have this thing when they go from doing shows to doing movies, it's a step up, but going backwards makes them feel like it's a drop down. I'm glad my stories are set up to be dependable on each other. It makes it a fuller experience like Harry Potter or Hunger Games. Yeah, for real. Yeah. I think the equivalent for movie actors for game devs is possibly going from desktop games to mobile games. I think that feels like the biggest people that pride themselves on being a desktop game dev. They don't want to be in mobile games. At this point, the methodologies and the thinking and the way that mobile games get designed and created is so different actually that you're not even qualified anymore to just freely like flex into one or the other. Okay, now can you change the layout of the editor if we are in a vertical format template? I want it to be set up the way I have it set up here in Kdenlive, where the vertical preview fills the
I
whole
can't
window
change the editor layout. I don't have an action for that.
on
Only
the right
things like
side,
launching or cutting in Kdenlive.
top to bottom. And then we don't need the other panels here. What we're going to have above the timeline in the whole upper left is we will have our keyframing for effects. So we're going to have to figure out how that should look in just a moment. Mobile games where the money's at, that's not desktop. There's money in both. Mobile games has money in a different way. Mobile games like double the money, I think. Yeah, half the market is mobile. The other half is PC and console. So it's 50-50 split between mobile and like traditional platforms. Mobile games are played and oversaturated. Too many devs flooded the market with mobile games of all kinds, but you're right that it is the best method to just probably generation income because more people with cell computers, people who don't have PC, there's internet and games. Yeah, but like we just looked up here, mobile is half, and then console plus PC is the other half. So it's split in half. And the reason for revenue, and the reason, but total users probably higher for mobile, and the reason is because more people that have a console or PC are like spending more money like per title. Whereas on mobile, there's a bunch of free to play players that are never spending a single dime, you know? Yeah, the way that mobile games make money, it's some I've heard stories of like there's some mobile games where they exist because of like one because of a couple whales that are literally like wives of Saudi Arabian oil princes. I heard this story about this game. It was like a Barbie game or something. I don't know. And their biggest like half their money is coming from this one Saudi Arabian oil prince wife that was spending so much money on the game like it was nothing, that if she slowed down on spending or stopped spending at all, they would literally have the company and the designers and stuff, they'd have to reach out personally to this person, ask them why they stopped spending money on the game, and like bend and change the whole game around what this one person wants. That's that's buying stuff in the game. So they're like they're these really warped personalized experiences around a handful of whales for the people that are really like focused on the income and the money for the mobile games, you know? It's pretty silly. It's higher for mobile because more people on phones and consoles or PCs, like I was saying. Yeah, yeah, you're saying like the player count is higher because more people own phones, but the total revenue is the same as we just saw as consoles plus desktop. Because even though fewer people have a console and desktop, the people that do have a console and desktop are more willing to buy Grand Theft Auto or something, right? Versus play a bunch of Roblox games for free. Determine what data? Total user base playing games on the Google Play Store or the iOS store? Yeah, I don't think you can fully figure it out because the numbers aren't public for how many people are playing PlayStation, how many people are on playing on a Switch. We don't know that. We only know Steam. We only know the total user base of Steam with certainty. I think you can look at console sales for Switch and the consoles. Oh, we're getting close there. Look at that. Look at that. Trickery almost exists. It did a Cairo tiling shader, like, no problem. Crazy. Okay, it's looks pretty cool actually. So some things that need to be reversed. The horizontal stripe shader is like it's oriented the correct way, it's animating the correct way on his left arm, but it's actually supposed to be on his right arm. And then he needs the diamond pattern on his left arm. And then on his legs, it's the reverse of the left and right, but it's the diamond plus the horizontal stripes on his legs. And then the speed that the diamond pattern is rotating horizontally is going too fast. Cut it in half, and also make it drift and pan up at the same time a little bit on the diamond
Video
pattern.
editor Claude wrapped up the investigation.
And can you invert the black and the white on the Cairo tiling? Free play models is the way to make the most money, just like at Fortnite and Roblox. It only is free to play only works when you have a massive scale. If you have dedicated servers, you have to have a guarantee of like a minimum of 100,000 concurrent players in general to make sure free to play works. It can make the most money, but it's very difficult unless you know that you can market your way into having enough users. So that's the trade-off, is for it to work, for it to have enough of an engine underneath it to keep it running, you got to have a lot of people. You can't just like survive off of a few hundred people with a free-to-play live service dedicated server game.
Claude paused to ask you something.
And I don't know if it makes the most money necessarily. I would think the lifetime revenue of World of Warcraft is probably comparable. And that's a subscription model. World of Warcraft generated $25 billion in all-time revenue. Fortnite got 40 billion, so it beat the subscription model. That's crazy. Fortnite's made that much. And not the same years. Yeah, it's half the amount of years. GTA 5, 10.4 billion lifetime revenue. Why does it keep doing this? It keeps sending me down here. Library today, but it does not have a dedicated server. It's not a live service, dedicated server game with content updates rolling out every 3
Claude
months.
stopped for a clarifying question.
That's when you need a decent player base for free to play to be profitable. If your audience is expecting content to roll out every like 2 weeks, and you have to have dedicated servers with anti-cheat like integrity on them so people can't hack the servers and hack the game. Or like Marvel Rivals. Here's what I adjusted. Arms swapped. His right arm stripes, his left arm diamonds. Okay, let's check. Candy Crush has a bajillion users. Okay, so reverse the orientation. Reverse the orientation of the stripe shader. It might have to do with the direction of the UVs or whatever, but they're supposed to be reversed with what the orientation they have on the leg and the arm right now. And also slow down the panning speed on the diamond shader again by half. Guys, this is in my vibe coded game engine right now. This is my VTuber. We're going to move him out of Unreal into the vibe coded. Into the vibe coded engine. And once it's there, what we can do is we can start doing some really crazy stuff with him. Because I can move way faster in my custom engine than I can in Unreal. Unreal is we're stuck.
The Claude finished the task.
Okay, can you add a little bit of padding to the preview? And then also I need to be able to drag the divider above the top of the timeline to resize the timeline. Okay, the stripes on his arm, just his arm, the leg one is good. But the stripes on his arm need to be like 30% less on the density, and then they'll probably perfectly match Unreal at that point. The other thing too is his teeth needs to be a special material of the white, plain white color, where it is matte and it does not receive lighting. So it's always just like bright white and it's never shadowed by his face or anything. I forgot I changed that on the I am using Fable, you guys, for I switched over to using Fable for the video editor because it felt like Opus was still a lot of things are kind of broken in the video editor, and also I can't figure out how to use my session tokens in time without it. Um, yes, I want you to use the
Video editor Claude finished investigating.
Can you let me drag the divider for the preview area too? Dude, how many games have been released on Steam this year? I feel like last year was 20,000. I feel like this year with vibe coding exploding, it's going to be like 50,000 games on Steam this year. Uh 12,000 games have been released on Steam so far this year, and we are about halfway through the year.
Claude wrapped up the task.
Yeah, look, all these people agree with what I've been on rants about on this stream before. 12,000 games on Steam this year. Even if you make a good game, making it visible is going to be a real challenge. Just a few years ago today, if you had a good idea or project and executed well, people would find it. That's not true at all. It wasn't like that a few years ago. It was like that
Ad break incoming.
It was like that 10 years ago. This guy's clearly new to the world of game dev for indies. This guy, that's about a 20% increase over last year, but it isn't really a big deal. It has never been true that if you just have a good idea, people would find it. You always have to tell people about your game. Whether there are 100 games like yours that no one has heard of or 10,000, it's not impacting your promotion or sales. One of the games that people are actually playing matter.
Video editor Claude finished investigating. Claude stopped for a clarifying question.
Yeah, go ahead and swap it and restart Plasma Shell. Let's see it happen. Yo, that looks pretty close to Unreal. The thickness is a little bit different, but oh yeah. Okay. Now for the big well, one thing we need is we need it to be a producer to OBS somehow, right? Similar to how StreamTunes is right now. That's your main example to look at for something using the custom engine that's outputting to OBS. So see if you can set that up. And then we want, right now, if I press the number 3 on the keyboard while the simulation's running, right? This is not an editor feature. This is during playtime after I hit play. If I hit number 3, then we need to we need to lerp and set the active camera to the one that I've set in the scene. Might have to write some kind of custom gameplay code that is only for this project. It's not in the engine, or like a AngelScript character controller or something. So what's going to be cool, you guys, about bringing the VTuber over to the custom engine is, I have this long list of stuff that I've wanted to change on him or add commands for and stuff in Unreal, but it's just such a pain, very time consuming to do in Unreal. So one thing is, this entire time he has had the wrong material on his face. He's just had whatever I could figure out how to do on my own. He's also had the wrong hair for years. He wasn't supposed to have tentacle hair. It was just, again, it was whatever I could find a tutorial for on YouTube, because that's all I could do. So here's the real trickery, right? So he's supposed to have this pattern on his face, which we need to do mathematically, which I didn't even know where the hell to start with this. I'm like, dude, I have no idea how to represent this in math. That's insane. But it's like a cube, right? Like a bunch of cubes, like stacked with these interchanging horizontal and vertical lines. And then his hair this entire time, because the lore behind him is he's an artist of some kind. His hair is supposed to be these ink brush strokes, kind of like the tail trail on like Fox in the Okami game, right? That's kind of the inspiration guy. That's what he's supposed to have this entire time, but he's had tentacles because I could only, I'm not a VFX artist, and I'm not like a shader artist, so I could only do whatever I could do from just YouTube tutorials. So I'm hoping that by finally porting him into my engine, we can finally get him to look the way that I've always intended for him to look. That'll be a really cool moment if we can get this. And the other bonus too is we'll get the hand tracking working on Linux. It was almost working on Unreal on Linux, but it was just a pain. It looks like when I hit play, we are possessing and being set to the stream cam, which is good. When I set up more cameras, though, we're gonna have to assign them to different hotkeys eventually. It's gonna be insane. It's gonna be insane. It's gonna be so fun. I can fix the problem too, where his face keeps getting triggered by my microphone and all this other garbage been happening. We've been needing to fix for a while. We get this working though, you guys. I'm technically gonna lose my credentials for being a part of the Unreal VTubers. Which team? Hey, I just moved the divider and it looks like the preview and everything is anchored to the top, so it's like shrinking it from the bottom up instead of it being centered.
Claude wrapped up the task.
Right back.
Video editor Claude finished investigating.
All right.
Claude finished digging into it.
How much merch did you sell? Pieces, not money? Nothing. Nothing at all yet. My brother bought 2 shirts, and that's it. I'll check right now. I don't think anybody's bought a single freaking shirt or pair of socks for me at all yet. I bought my own shirt and I bought my own socks to make sure it works, but I did switch the database from SQLite to Postgres a couple months ago, and I haven't tried it with real money and real purchases yet. So let me check. The worst that would happen is it just like flat out wouldn't work. It's not going to eat anybody's money. Let me check. I was going to test it again and buy my own shirt of the second one. Oh, good. It fixed the colors for the sales. Let's see. How much did we sell? There's a canceled order on July 3rd. I don't know why that one's canceled. That looks like my own order. That looks like the one I was trying to make to test. I didn't want a small. Yeah, that's my own order. Okay, so literally no one has bought anything except my brother bought my brother bought three shirts. That's it. So I bought my own shirt and my own pair of socks, and my brother bought 3 shirts. That's literally it. Nobody else has bought anything. My mom even said she was going to buy something, and she still hasn't. We
Claude
don't.
finished the bug fix.
The conversion rate in general is like 1%, right, of your, viewer, your fan base, or whatever, gonna actually buy some stuff. So I'm not that surprised at all yet. Like a lot of those rotating messages that I have in the chat, like the merch one, I'm not really expecting any of you guys to buy the merch much or anything. I already get a bunch of gifted subs and stuff on this channel. I just kind of put it in there anyways to just make people aware that it exists and to add something interesting to that rotation of messages. Yeah, if you like buying one of the shirts, feel free to buy it. I put them on sale for the next couple months. So my profit margin's pretty small on the shirt. Yeah, I'm not worried because it's just like the amount of money I need to the having just a normal salary where I'm living is like a crazy high amount of money to try to expect to get from YouTube and stuff. Like I need like if I have just a normal ass salary then around for living around here, it's like I make like $5,000 to $6,000 after taxes, like a month after taxes. When I have a job around here, and that's such a crazy amount of money to try to make off of Twitch in this category. This Twitch category is like super tiny. There's not enough viewers in this category, hardly ever, to support just a normal salary equivalent this area. Like I'm making off the Twitch stream, I'm making like $250 a month right now. And that's all because of like 2 people gifting crazy amounts of subs because they're awesome. super fans, Productive Dude and Tuso. I need to make a leaderboard for them. But they've been really cool. And we've had some other people give some subs here and there, but um that just barely that like pays my electricity bill, like that's it, right? So or my groceries and like that's it. So I'm not worried about trying to push the merchandise on people or push, some kind of vibe coded app or something that I've made because it's such a astronomical amount of like increase in income I'd have to have just to even survive out here. So it's going to be a really long, very, very long term, slow build up to get to the point of like anything Doldrums related, merchandise or software or anything else, paying for my monthly rent at least. You know what I mean? It'll be a long time. Dude, and especially like if you get a job at a AAA game company, the amount of salary for that is just super high. Like you have to be in the top, like, I don't know, 0.1% of all of Twitch to make a salary that is equal to what you'd make just working as a developer at a AAA company if you can get to that level. Like it's Twitch and all social media platforms, they're a facade. You see big numbers for people in terms of follower count or like viewer count or subscriber count on YouTube, and you think like, oh my God, that person has 50,000 YouTube subs. They have 100,000 YouTube subs. They must be making a bunch of money. But the truth is they're not. They're not millionaires with like 100,000 YouTube subs. Or 200, 300 Twitch viewers. They're just making the same amount of money as just somebody with a normal like white collar, not even white collar, blue collar makes a ton of money now for electricians and stuff. But like they're making like people with like 300, 200, 300 viewers at all times on Twitch, people with like 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, they're making like the same amount of money as somebody with like a mid-level job at just a normal company. So it's a pretty huge number you have to reach for Twitch and YouTube to both pay your rent and put money into savings the same way a normal job would. It's an actually impossible number for this specific category of software and game dev. It's so tiny. So you have to go outside to YouTube, and even then it's like really difficult. Anyways, I want so buy the merch. Buy the merch if you want to, if you think it looks cool. But don't feel like, don't buy it because you feel like it's gonna help pay my rent, because it's not really in the grand scheme of things until we have much bigger audience. Yeah. Don't feel bad when I tell you that I've only sold 5 t-shirts is what I'm saying. Don't feel bad about it at all. I actually selfishly created those t-shirts and those socks for myself because I've always wanted them to exist. And I wanted to be able to order them myself off the website and wear them all the time. I didn't make those to pay my rent anytime soon. Made them for fun. Just for fun. Yeah, go ahead and build the full path and make sure you keep performance in mind as well while we're doing this. So no like duplicated buffers or anything like that. use like, yeah, direct transparency with no wait. All right. So we're gonna get transparency working next. You just move away. Well, it depends on what your goals in life are. So if you have, some kind of like desire to become one of the best in the world, it's something that you do, as well as be in a place where you have easier access to funding and investors and connections for starting a business, then it is in your best interest to move to the big city that is an expensive place to be in, or whatever the industry is that you work in, during the prime working years of your life, which for most people is between 25 and 45 years old. So that's why I very strategically, intentionally kind of realized quickly when I was back at home that I needed to get to Southern California at some point. Now I'm here, and it is brutal. It is crazy. Rent's expensive. Uh, if you're not driving like a brand new Tesla as a minimum, you're like a poor person here. um, most people. Oh, there's a ton of people driving freaking $100,000 to $200,000 cars around here, so you look like a broke boy all the time. You're not, as a minimum, driving a Tesla. Um, that's just one
Ad break
example.
incoming.
That's just one example of how crazy it is here, how big the difference is. Like, um, what else? Everything's expensive. Food is $20 minimum. It's like 25 most time after tax and tip when you go out to eat anywhere, just for you by yourself for one person. $25. That part's ridiculous. So I don't go out to eat very. Frankie, what's up? Hi, how are you? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing great. How are you? What was I talking about earlier? Oh, the other reason that you don't want to move away, Faceless Voice, and you want to stay in the city during prime working years is like, for depending on what industry in, like if you're in AI or software engineering, you should work in Silicon Valley for a few years. If you're in video games, you should work in this area for a few years. And the reason why is when you're in the big ocean, you there's more mentors with more years of experience and stuff. There's just a higher density of it around you. So it's like you're going to get lifted up and you're going to gain knowledge and grow faster than if you're in like a small town that only has like one game company at all. You know? That's why it's like during your prime working years, you should really try to go to the big city for a little bit. Wherever that may be for whatever country you're in and whatever industry you work in. Like, you'll undoubtedly accelerate quickly. Fried your brain yesterday and day before, 24 hours to computer, well worth the good results. Crunching a code out on your library, nice, dude. 24 hours is pretty nuts, pretty crazy. Can I get like a half faded cyan? No, half faded white outline around clips when the selection tool is active and I'm hovering over the clips. And then if I have this select all active, then show a preview of everything that would be selected if I click at that moment. It's been a couple hours since I mentioned this, but for all the new people in the stream, if you guys want to listen to the stream without music, you can tune into the YouTube version. The Twitch version's where the tunes are, though. Just FYI, you always have an option, and I don't have to listen to Suno anymore just to be able to stream on YouTube. But me just chatting today, we actually got a lot done. The stream was kind of like super quiet, as it usually is during the midnight hours for me. We are working on
Video editor Claude finished the task.
Okay, there's like a pop that happens when she's done talking on like the frame size or something. And also, yeah, I saw the talk animation isn't hooked up yet. She is idle though. It's pretty cool. Can you slow the idle down to play at half the speed? No, I'm on 3 a.m. right now on Saturday. So it's technically Sunday for me actually. So what we've done so far today, Frankie, is we're animating the avatar here in my taskbar. She's about to get talking animations. And then we're converting my VTuber. My VTuber is getting moved into our custom game engine. Our vibe coded game engine's getting the VTuber. So we're porting everything from Unreal to here. So Claude recreated the animated shader materials for him. And now we're about to get the and it imported his skeleton and everything. And then it's about to start outputting to OBS with transparency is the next step that Claude's working on right now. And then once we have that, then we need to see if we can get the face tracking from the iPhone Unreal app for face tracking, the Live Link app. We're going to see if we can hijack it and take the inputs from the iPhone and get that working in the custom engine. And then after all that's working, then we have to see if we can get his hand tracking working again. And then once that's working, and I'm not going to get through all that tonight. We just barely wanted to get him stood up here, which we made pretty good progress. And then once we have the hand tracking working on him, then the cool stuff is going to be I'm going to use that project with him to test our VFX creation tools inside the game engine to finally, after all these years, make the real intended hair for Trickery that lines up with his lore and his backstory. So he's supposed to have this ink brush hair with like a Super Saiyan hairdo kind of shape to it. This whole time, this is what he's supposed to have. The only reason he has tentacles is because I am not a good VFX artist, and I just followed a tutorial on YouTube with something that looked good enough and looked cool for Unreal Engine. So he wasn't supposed to have tentacles this whole time. He's supposed to have this. So we're going to use this custom ink brush hair as a pilot test for getting my VFX tooling a little more functional in the game engine. And then also he was supposed to have this pattern on his face this whole time, not the Cairo tiling pattern. So we're going to vibe code the math, the shader, to actually get this pattern for his face that he's supposed to have this whole time. And the big win with putting him in the custom game engine, I'm hoping, is the GPU won't be worked as hard as the Unreal Engine version. So right now my GPU is at 95%. It hovers between 85 and 90%. And almost 40% of that is the Unreal Engine 5 VTuber is just working the crap out of my GPU. And about 20 out of 24 gigs of VRAM on my GPU is being used up right now. Like 4 to 5 gigs of the GPU VRAM is just the Unreal Engine 5 VTuber. So that's the other win that I'm hoping to get out of converting him is not only can I finally do all this crazy stuff to him that I've always wanted to do because we can move faster with the vibe coded engine than we can with Unreal, but I'm also hoping we can cut his performance cost in half, or his resource cost on my machine in half. So that's the other cool thing that I'm hoping that we'll get out of the conversion. Mr. Who Man, what's up? How much do I spend on token subscription? I only run the last 2 months. I only do $100 Claude and $20 Codex. I don't need any more than that. But my custom game engine, when I first started making my game engine, I was on the $200 Claude. So I was on $200 of AI for 2 months to get the engine up and running. Yeah, if you try to make your own game engine with AI, you probably need the $200 plan for at least a month to get it jump started. It's a lot of coding it has to do. How's your system hold up against all this rendering? Does everything run on a local machine or using a dedicated OBS machine? No, I am just using one machine. I don't have a dedicated OBS machine yet. One day I will, but it will be this machine that I'm on right now. No, I bought a 4090 intentionally. I bought a 4090 when I built this machine 2.5 years ago because I knew that I was going to be doing game development inside of Unreal while streaming, while also running a VTuber that's running inside of Unreal. So that's why I bought the 4090. I was like, I need the horsepower, I need the VRAM. I need a beast of a machine to handle a VTuber and streaming and game deving all on the same PC. And it's been holding up. But I'm having to do a lot to optimize stuff. Like even these characters at the bottom of the screen, I had to get Claude to do a lot of optimization on it and even my background filter on my camera right now, my background filter, I had to specify like, okay, we're using FP16 and not FP32 for the background filter model, save another 1.5 GB of GPU, like VRAM. So even though I have a lot of VRAM with my 4090, like I still am putting a lot of effort into trying to optimize, make things useful, or make everything run well while I'm streaming, not be choppy. My VRAM actually should be sitting at about 16 right now, but it has a big model sitting in VRAM for removing green screen from sprite animations, which is unusual. So what language is the engine made in? It's made in Zig. Engine is Zig, and its rendering is in Vulkan, and it's ECS for the architecture, for performance, and it can handle streamed open worlds that are 15 by 15 kilometers is the biggest one I have right now in a project. It can handle peer-to-peer networks, multiplayer. Yeah. Commands. What's up, Yowneck? Did that work, bro? Yeah, there's a lot of commands. Channel's been around for a while. Same here. As a side note today, I'll try to max out my computer with like 100 gigabytes of local AI usage to see. Nice. Yeah, the hardware stacks up while streaming. Oh, streaming with doing local AI? Yeah, I'm not doing local AI just because I'm streaming with all the cool, crazy graphical stuff happening on the screen. That's why eventually I'm waiting to see like what the future is after the 5090. I think we're gonna have some kind of weird unified RAM things. We've had a lot of talks about that on this channel. Um, so I want to see what the future looks like after the 5090 before I build another PC. But I will build another PC, and this current one, the 4090 machine, will become the streaming PC, VTuber, and character camera and OBS and stuff. And then I can run local AI all the time while streaming. Local RAM, you got 256 gig? Nice. Yowneck, is this riced arch? Did you rice it yourself? Yeah, I riced it from scratch. Like, Claude did all of it. Like, I vibed it. But I didn't look at anybody's design. I completely did it off the dome. I made this design up. I'm just a big fan of Honeycomb. I think it makes shit look sci-fi. Like super sci-fi when you've got Honeycomb grids and something. And then I slowly added the other pieces. So I literally, in Microsoft Paint, I drew a 2-column wide honeycomb grid for the app icons and put it in the top left. And I told Claude, we're doing this. And that was where it started. I only had the app icons, and then I slowly kept adding little pieces as they became necessary. I didn't want a music visualizer. I was going to try to keep one out and keep it a little more minimal. But then one of my friends kept telling me to do it. And it makes the stream look cooler, you know? So we did that too. Thanks, man. Cyberpunky theme? Yeah. Sure. Trying to make it feel like we're in a spaceship. Mr. Who Man, Claude can handle Zig? Yeah, Claude can handle Zig super well. It's pretty insane at it. The guy that makes Ghosty, this terminal, he uses AI to do a lot of programming now, and Ghosty's written in Zig. How do you run your models? Like after 5090, we're not getting anything. We're gonna get something, but I don't think it's gonna look like a standalone graphics card. I think we're gonna get these like all-in-one motherboards with like the CPU, the graphics card, and the RAM is all integrated and unified. Just like the laptops that NVIDIA revealed that are coming out at the end of this year. I think we're going to get basically the equivalent of those laptops is going to be the future of desktops. And that's what they mean when they said there's no more video cards after the 5090. They're going to port what they've had to do for their servers, for their AI servers, where everything had to become
finished the fix.
Hyper unified as like one cohesive system with the CPU, the GPU, and the RAM, and everything is like one unified thing. I think that's why we all suspect right now, that's why NVIDIA said there's no more video cards after the 5090, is because what they're going to start doing is their server tech. Like, it's going to be crazy. I can't imagine what it's going to look like right now, other than, like, you buy your desktop PC case, and then you literally basically just buy this all-in-one board, and you just slot it in your power supply and your fans, and that's it. Like, you're not buying separate memory, you're not buying a separate GPU, you're not buying a separate CPU anymore. Getting these, like, maybe you're buying different CPUs, but you're gonna get this like all-in-one thing, and then there's probably gonna be some hardware slots for the LLM chips in the future too, that you just pop in and pop out and slot in and stuff. Be crazy. There will be AI side boxes like Tiny. Yeah. Something. You use LM Studio plus VS Code plus continue. Use Qwen 3.6 Q8 KB with max context.
Squash the bug.
5080. Workstation does the AI load. TRX 50 AI top motherboard. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I just want Play to go live. Just like the stream tunes. They're not running, not outputting unless I hit the play. Can't on a PC anymore. You can't wait for the future where you can't own a PC anymore. The last tech thing we were able to own and we'll have to rent it. I don't. What is up with this like crazy increase in FOMO over that recently? Like, not FOMO, but just crazy fear. I like that fear has been perpetuated for the last 15 years. And it's still not true. How many people do you know today that are using a Chromebook as their daily use laptop? How long a Chromebook's been around? Chromebooks, yeah, 15 years. I'm right on the money there. 2011 was the first Chromebook. 15 years ago, we saw the first sign of what I think could legitimately cause people to think the you'll never own a PC thing and it's all going to be on the cloud. So 15 years ago, this was a thing. It's been around for 15 years. I don't know a single person using a Chromebook today. 0 people. I don't know a single person using a Chromebook. Like a useless thing for doing any kind of real work. Everybody I know has a MacBook or like a ThinkPad or something. Another example. How many people do you know that are playing video games on Google Stadia right now? Still optimize day to day. I don't need to rent it out on bigger models. I mean, you yourself did just talk about new PC with no RAMs and no GPUs because on cloud. No, no, no. I'm not talking about cloud. I'm not talking about cloud. I'm not talking about cloud. Talking about the new NVIDIA laptops that are like a DGX Spark. These. I'm talking about these. Yeah, my bad if you got confused about what I was talking about. I just said the reason you bought mine literally went for the price went through. No, the hardware prices are going to stabilize at some point. We have a tendency to think this is the way everything's going to be forever, all the time. Gas prices are always going to be high for the next 10 years. No, I was talking about these laptops, Mr. Who Man. Sorry if you got confused. It's the NVIDIA RTX Spark laptop. So this is basically the DGX Spark, but it's a Windows laptop. And it has the equivalent of a 5070 Ti video card in this laptop. So this laptop has a single... Claude keeps bringing this up. They just announced this laptop. So this laptop has a 20-core Grace Blackwell CPU. So NVIDIA's own CPU.
Claude finished the fix.
Right? And it has a 6,100 core Blackwell RTX GPU and it has 128 gigabytes of unified memory. So the GPU doesn't have its own separate memory. There's just one set of memory that is unified across the entire system on the laptop. So what this laptop essentially at 1 petaflop of FP4 AI performance. So the point of this laptop is like a mini slice of the server blades that NVIDIA has been making for AI. So they're taking all this hyper integration that they created for their server blades, and they're applying that to the future of physical personal computing machines. You know? So what I was saying is what's beyond the 5090 is probably literally this, but just scaled up. Right? So you buy like it's a motherboard, it's like a whole all-in-one combo. It's like the motherboard, the CPU, the GPU, and you probably choose which GPU you want when you order from NVIDIA, and you choose how much memory you want, but then you get it and it's all like one thing. Where all the memories unified and you know, because like PCIe slots is one of the big slowdowns they had to like remove for their server blades. So yeah, so that's why I'm saying it's like that's why they're saying they're not making anything after the 5090 is because I think they're basically going to be selling us their server blades, but like
break incoming.
in a reduced, more compact format that's intended for like a laptop in this case, and then in the future desktop PC. But basically get a slice of their server blade tech for your desktop PC side of a mid-tower case. That's what I was saying. I'm not saying we're going to be stuck on the cloud. Wait, you can uninstall Windows because you're not installing Windows anymore? Probably. I'm sure they'll let you. I'm sure you can hack in and switch it out with anything. Does it actually work? You don't have to send data to VRAM from RAM, then the game's going to change? Yeah, that's how all the server blades are working right now. Microsoft owes me 10 years compensation for lost life in Internet Explorer. That's funny. +5 for reviews. Unified RAM is actually a game changer. Yeah. But I think to achieve this, there's no PCIe slots. That's how they do the unified memory. It's like the memory's literally like soldered into the freaking motherboard. You know? Like unchangeable. That's what I think. I'm not totally sure, but that's how I assume it works. So this is their new laptop they just announced. So you can't upgrade? No. And that's how they get rid of PCIe slots completely. So that's why this rollout makes sense for a laptop. Because you don't really swap pieces out on a laptop very often. Most people don't that are buying a laptop. They buy the laptop and it stays the same. But it's going to be a little bit trickier trying to roll out the similar tech for a desktop PC. But that's going to be the future. Yeah, if you look at their NVIDIA, this Blackwell server rack. The latest flagship server rack is GB200 NVL72. So the NVIDIA server racks for the AI models, for the AI models to be able to run on the server racks, what NVIDIA has had to put all of their engineering money and effort and attention into the last like 3 to 4 years is knocking down all these barriers to like high speed, rapid interconnectivity between every piece of a PC, right? So that's why all their server racks for a couple years now, their server racks are unified memory, like across the whole thing. And then there are network connections between each server blade is like some insane proprietary tech. They've had to make their own tech for every piece of a computer, basically, in a server rack to keep increasing the levels of interconnectivity between all the pieces of a PC. And so that innovation they've had to do in the realm of server racks for the last like 2 to 4 years because of AI, that's what's going to have a trickle down effect into personal computing that we own. And we're going to see we're seeing the results of that with those laptop that they've announced. And then we're really going to see the results of this with desktop PCs in the next like 2 years. Yeah, Nick, I've been getting into AI coding lately and I'm trying to learn the right way to do it, not just randomly prompting. How did you learn? Take a course, watch someone just figure it out over time. Is there any course resource video you recommend for learning AI vibe coding workflows? Mr. Human says take standard programming course. Yeah, I don't know what level of programming knowledge you have in the first place, but you want some real programming knowledge for sure. And you want to go back and forth between vibe coding and real programming knowledge. But if you already have some, I was able to just figure it out. You just have to use it a lot, man. Like you have to just think of like what projects you want to do, and then you go try to build those projects, and then you try to figure out like how to you know, how many guys can I have working on these different projects at the same time, and you just have to find your own limits. The advice I can give you is like I have a different cloud working on a different project at each time. I very rarely have multiple clouds working on the same project. It's really easy to get tripped up having multiple clouds working on the same project. It has to be a very big project with a lot of lines of code. For you to be able to have multiple clouds, multiple AI doing the same thing, or not doing the same thing, but working on different pieces of the same project. So that's one thing for sure. But right now we're kind of in a realm where like you have to just take what you normally would have done in programming, and then you have to figure out how to split it up differently and try a bunch of different experiments. And everybody has completely different workflows. That's the main thing. That's why you have to try and just put a bunch of time into it. I think I'm probably 1,000 hours into AI vibe coding now at this point. And I just try a bunch of different things. I try different models. I try splitting up their work differently. I've tried different prompts. I've tried different types of like loops and stuff for them. And then you get a feel. Like each model's different too, and that's why you just have to put in time, because each type of model is going to have like different strengths and weaknesses and stuff that you'll slowly become attuned to over time the more you use them. Frankie, actually, if you're a coder, frequent traveler, long distance commuter, those machines make sense for local AI. The laptops, yeah, the laptops are cool. They're a DGX Spark, but they put the internals of a DGX Spark into a Windows laptop with a GPU, like a good GPU for graphics, a 5070 Ti. I don't like this all-in-one idea. So if one part fails, you're screwed. You can't just replace the part. Yeah, probably. Right? You need to rely on company service. Human rights are pretty good in Europe overall. Would be no problem here. Yeah, Europe would probably be a forcing function for the repairability. But again, that's the trade-off, because as soon as you put in some kind of interchangeable general purpose port that you plug stuff in and slot stuff in and unplug it like a PCIe slot, you're losing efficiency for something that's purpose built for one thing, you know? God, it actually makes a lot of sense. Thanks, appreciate the advice. Yeah, no problem. Just start vibe, just start doing it, man. When I started, I had like one Claude doing stuff, and I watched one do stuff. Then I had 2. Then I had 4 that were split up, and now I have 8 different. They're never all running at once, but they're all tasked to different things, and I just kind of bounce around. The other part too is figuring out how to organize your workspaces and your windows and what your Claudes are doing. And everybody has completely different preferences, how they like to do that. So I don't think it's even good to prescribe it to the same thing to one person, each person, for how to organize your Claudes. I keep them in the same position over the course of like weeks. Like this one's always my animation processing Claude, no matter what. Hey, when I hover off the clip by going into a different track, it does not
I'm
remove
listening. Go ahead.
the fade. Hey, when I hover over a different track, it doesn't remove the fade if I was hovering on a clip. Only if I hover off the edges of the clip inside the same track. Also, if I click on empty space in the timeline anywhere, it's not deselecting clips at all. Hey, I'm just testing your talking animation, so go ahead and say something.
Hey there, I can hear you loud and clear, and it looks like my talking animation is firing away. Everything's working on my end, so you're all set.
Nice, she's working. Okay, it looks like it's working. Can we increase her size like overall by, I want to say like 20%, so that she fills a little more of the width of the taskbar? I'm still working on booting the whole desktop. It takes half an hour to start up and arrange all programs on 3 monitors and multi-desktop. Wait, what? Why does it take you a half hour? Is the workstation or do you have any advice? Do you do that manually? Um, okay, so
Claude wrapped up the task.
looks good. Can you get rid of the dimming and the coloring and the brightening and stuff when she's idle versus well you can brighten it maybe when she's talking. I just leave her color like full when she's idle instead of it being dimmed now that she's animated. Yo, Maxative 2005, thanks for the follow. On your workstation? Frankie,
Claude finished the fix.
Vibe code a solution to it. I'll tell you what one thing I vibe coded, Frankie, is I have a script called setup stream.
Video editor Claude's done with the fix.
And this script, I'm not going to run it right now, but this setup stream script that I made that's pinned in my K runner here for searching. I run that, dude, and then it opens up. It goes boom, 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 boom. It like opens up the VTuber. It puts them on the other monitor. Puts them on the Z layer I want them on. It opens up these characters. It hits the play button on these characters. It puts them on my upper monitor. It maximizes them. It opens up OBS for me. It puts it on this monitor. It maximizes OBS. And then I think those are the big ones that it does. It had to do some more stuff before, but I kept simplifying it. But that's just one example. So
Claude wrapped up the task.
yeah, I literally any process you have where you're like, I find myself consistently having to open 6 different windows and position them all in different places on my monitors, you should totally vibe code that. Be able to make a desktop snapshot, shut down, and then reboot into the same setup. That's built in to some of the Linux desktops. I don't know what OS you're on right now or what environment. That might the whole snapshotting a session, I think it's called in Plasma or something, that exists as well. Then the other thing is you can use tiling. So my tiling
Claude wrapped up the task.
What is it? Control-T? Yeah, so you see my tiling that I have set up on my Z layers here. So like I'm on Z layer 0 here, and then if I go up to Z layer, if I go up to Z layer +1, I have a different tiling set up on this Z layer. And then I vibe coded this with Claude where the tiles have unique ID numbers, 33, 32, 31, whatever, right? I'll go down here. Right, these tiles are 28, 29, 30. So that's how I had to make these static ID values for each tile in my tiling layers, so that I could vibe code, scripts that auto open stuff and snap stuff to specific tile positions every single time. So that's the other piece I vibe coded to get things to snap and lock into place with consistency instead of me hand placing any kind of windows. Great. Was leaning in his scripting it as well? Yeah, dude. Script everything, vibe code it all. every single thing where you're like, man, I'm tired of clicking this button 10 times. I'm tired of doing the same thing 10 times every day. You just say, well, let's automate it. Let's turn it into vibe code. What? My my keyboard. Thought my shortcut broke. My keyboard died. She has like a faint line at the top of her head during some of her idle animations. And also when she does the look around, it pops when it goes back to the normal idle. You need to ping pong it back so it gets back to the starting idle frame. Look at this, guys. You can't really see it. It's pretty small right now. I try to make her bigger. But my Clippy is animated now. We're cleaning up this line here. I can make her even bigger too. There's still a bunch of space here on the side. If I ask her to talk, she has a talking animation. Psycho's in. Jad, Masad breaks down. Definitely, but Jad. God breaks down how to build $1 million apps without writing code. His take. Time to get rich in the history of capitalism. I don't know who that is, but I would agree that there's more solopreneurs than ever, apparently. And there's more one-person companies than ever in China right now. There are currently about 25 to 30 million solopreneurs in the U.S., making up roughly 82 to 85% of all small businesses, independent founders. The number of one-person businesses is soaring, fueled by generative AI and internet connectivity. It allows founders to run leaner, bootstrapped operations. Pretty cool. Um, it's both easy, but it's also really hard now. It's always marketing has always been the hardest part, I think, of anything. Marketing and initial capital to invest. You have to go scrounge together that initial capital. Be able to like pay for marketing campaigns and stuff a little bit. So I know it's not that easy. I'm over here trying to post YouTube videos consistently, and that's hard. And it's not turning into anything anytime soon that can compete with a normal ass salary for me. A long ways off from competing.
Claude's done with the fix, eh?
How cool is that, you guys? She's alive. I'm gonna increase her size a little more. Auto mod? What? Who got auto modded? Which word is it? Millionaire or free? I follow the Taft newsletter. Try to keep what's going on in the AI world. What is that? Free? Build it free. Add a donation button. Me? You got auto modded for the word free? Crazy. Not been sent. Probably because of all this stuff that's like free viewers, streamers here. Fine, free followers here, free streamer, viewerboo.com. Okay. When I select a clip and we're trying to edit the keyframes, can you show a timeline at the top of this window that's like a much more zoomed in view of like the duration of that clip, kind of like they do in Premiere? And then I need to be able to have a button on the left for clicking to add keyframes, and then a left and a right button for jumping between keyframes that have been set. And then below it, we want to stack collapsible rows for every effect that we've added to the clip. So opacity will be a effect like parameter. Transform should be its own like effect type and parameter that contains the scale of the clip and the XY position of it and the rotation. And those are the only ones we need for now. If I want to add effects to the clips, we need a new like effects palette, like bar that sits just above the timeline window, and it's just a row of
Claude
icons
finished the fix.
for these effect types. Right now we only have these two. And I want to be able to drag those icons on top of the clips to add them as effects. Dude, the interface for this video editor is about to be so sick. It's going to be unlike anything anyone's ever seen before in a video editor. WM Control is your friend. It was a comment on Psycho Zen about the dude who shows for free how to become a millionaire because of because of his big heart. Oh, Bash start programming the move to desired place. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you're in Windows, you got to make. No, wait, no, you said you're gonna do it in Bash. Never mind. In Windows, I had to write bat files. That's what I was thinking of. I had to write bat files to do that. Yeah, are you saying that guy's one of the snake oil salesmen of this era? Guys, I will teach you guys how to make all the money in the
Claude
world.
finished the bug fix.
Buy my course on how to make money. Check it out. Here's my course on how to make money. It's like this is how I make money is by selling you the course that I'm telling you about that tells you how to make money by buying my course. Simple, right? What kind of value am I providing into the world? Nothing. Nothing at all. I'm just as snake oil. That I can get rich. Trust me, buy my course and you'll definitely get rich.
Claude's done with the fix. Ad break incoming. Claude completed the task.
I feel like the sound effects for these guys should play on the YouTube stream so that the VODs have a little bit more audio life to them.
Claude's done with the task.
Do I have to restart OBS or is this gonna work without restarting
Claude
OBS?
stopped for a clarifying question.
I gotta say, it's pretty cool and pretty surreal. It's taking months to build all the tools to do everything, but it's pretty weird actually like stepping into everything that you guys see on the stream slowly but surely, and everything I'm going to be releasing on the YouTube channel, and eventually all the games that I make and release too. It's just like all of it's AI vibe coded tools, from scratch that are
Claude finished planning.
fully replacing CapCut, fully replacing Premiere, fully replacing well, I didn't like completely replace Photoshop on my own, right? But we forked Krita and we turned Krita into a pretty custom version of Krita. You know? So it's pretty weird that we're actually reaching a point now where it's starting to be like everything I'm outputting is real, legitimate, made with vibe coded tools outputs. Okay, double the height of the effect timeline, and add frame counts and stuff on it too. And or timestamps and stuff, just same as the timeline below it. And it's gonna need its own like playhead mechanics and stuff, that work the same as trying to jump the playhead around in the bottom in the timeline, where if I left click an empty space, it jumps it. Or we're adding the interface for editing effect keyframes and stuff inside of the video editor. That's the last major piece we're missing. Make it useful for me. The AI is going to place all the effects in all the keyframes in general. But like, I'm probably rarely going to actually touch that interface, but I still need to be able to look at it to see what it decided to do, because I might sometimes have to wiggle a keyframe around by a little bit. Yeah, it needs to be its own, because I have to run both the VTuber and the stream tunes at all times while I'm streaming. Which IDE do I use to review code after Agents writes it? I don't review anything that they write. If I was going to, I just use VS Code. I have VS Codium on here. But the work that I am doing is not. Yeah, I have VS Codium. The work that I'm doing doesn't require review.
Video editor Claude completed the task.
There is some types of work that does require review. For sure. Or if you're trying to like learn. But for what I'm doing, where I'm making all this kind of fun artsy stuff like these characters or my VTuber or stuff for like the stream or video games, there's no need for me to review the code for any of that. If you're writing code for like a satellite has to be operational and orbit the earth for a couple decades, you might want to review the code then. So it depends on what your goal is. Are you trying to like learn and like educate yourself on how code stuff works? And what is the criticalness of the code that you're writing? You know, for a game, it's like if the code is bad, then the FPS is bad. It's the end result, which isn't a big deal, but you can iterate on that and fix that. But it's like that's the worst case scenario. It's not like a plane's gonna crash because you didn't check your code. Something more common is like for website security stuff. It could be good to review some code, but I don't even know what to look at. You should at least ask Claude about security stuff if you set up a website. You can't just tell it, make it secure like the meme. You have to go figure out some keywords and some jargon, rate limiting your APIs and making sure it hashed there's no plain text passwords or plain text OAuth tokens in your database. Basic stuff.
Claude
like
finished
that.
the bug fix. Real-time lip sync test. Watermelon, banana, telephone. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Lip sync check. Watermelon, banana. Open wide, then quiet.
Okay, he looks like Squish. The aspect ratio of the editor window is affecting how he looks in the output. Somehow with like the stream tunes, it managed to put him at a it managed to set up a fixed frame capture size. No matter how I size the editor or something, it always captures it the right resolution. And we made stream tunes where it is 2K resolution, so it covers the entire 2K canvas of OBS, and then things are placed according to the whole screen. We could do that too with this character, and it might actually be a little bit better, and it sets us up for eventually merging the two one day in some way. But for now, yeah, I think figure out how to make it where it's capturing a 2K resolution like frame area that is somehow like fixed despite what the editor window sizing is. And I will figure out how to position him to be in the right spot. Bro, your set was so cool and futuristic. Also, notification sound is perfect. You like it? Name this pain VTuber Claude.
Got it, this pain is now VTuber Claude.
Name this pain Hermes Claude.
Got it, this pain is now Hermes Claude.
Yeah, thanks, man. I spent a lot of time on this. I switched over to Linux a month ago, and then I just went crazy. Some of it's to make it cool for the stream, for sure. It's for the cool factor of the stream and to fill in some of the blanks when I'm not talking there by having her talk. When I'm not streaming, I turn off the voice notifications a little bit. I turn them off a lot when I'm not streaming, and I just type a bunch for prompting, and I don't talk at all. But for making the stream entertaining, it's pretty awesome. You're back. What's up, Cobalt Ethan? All right, so the VTuber getting ported, as you guys can see, he's kind of squished. This one that I'm dragging on the right now. This is the output. So we're gonna try to fix that, and we're gonna get him positioned same spot as the current VTuber. And then we're going to figure out the next step after that, but I'm not going to get to that. I'm going to have to go to sleep, actually. The next step after that is getting the face to work. We're going to get the face to work in the engine, and that'll be a pretty big task. And then we're going to get my hand tracking working again, which would be cool. I have this thing called Fist to Talk with my hand tracking, but I'm used to my hand tracking for the character.
Claude paused to ask you something. Hermes Claude needs you to pick an option.
It looks like I'm unable to scrub to the very last frame on the effects here. I'm trying to get to the. I was just trying to see if I could scrub to the frame where the opacity is set to 0 for the YouTube banner as an experiment. All right, we're getting her talking animations to be more accurate. Hey, my fist to talk thing with the leap motion doesn't seem to be working at all. Hermes Claude, yeah, that's just what the name of this Claude session is up here. It's working on some stuff for. It's working on her animations. You see this? She's alive now. We're working on the accuracy of her talking animations. Hey, it's Saturday. What do you think about that? It's the most hyped day of the weekend for the stream. And then she's thinking, and she's got this processor on the side of her brain that lights up, and her eyes are going wow, wow, and they're like glowing. Her thinking.
It's the whole reason the weekend exists, honestly. Late show plus a 1 to 2 a.m. raid, and Saturday basically runs itself. Want me to get anything set up?
So it's really basic for the talking there. But that's what it's working on fixing right now is we're gonna get actual like phonemes, phoneme input rather than just that little like repeated loop. It's gonna try to actually match different mouth positions, what she's saying. I need to be able to click and select the keyframes, and when I do, it should have like a highlight around it if I do that. And then I should be able to press the delete key to delete them. When I do that, when I press the arrow keys to flip through them, it should change the selection to that one. I should also be able to right click on them and get a context menu and have delete there as an option. We're approaching having effects keyframe editing happening in the editor. Paste the effect, transform effect. We're gonna have a little panel of effects over here that we can drag onto clips and stuff. This video editor seems simple right now. Like we're just trying to get to the baseline functions for just editing simple YouTube shorts, you know, like I would with Live or Premiere. So we're just trying to get parity. But once we have parity, then we're going to
Claude
do some
wrapped up the investigation.
crazy shit. I'm going to do some stuff with shaders and stuff. And we're going to have like all kinds of crazy, weird transition effects that normally you would need After Effects to do. But we're going to have that integrated into my video editor. Extra creative. Sort of like my ghost effect on my head and stuff right now. Like we're going to put a bunch of that kind of stuff in. And background removal, we're gonna have all that kind of get baked in as effects that I can just apply to video clips. I am using Fable for modifying the video editor right now and fixing up bugs on the video editor. Just because it's I don't know, it's hard for me to burn all my tokens without it right now before I go to sleep. And then so might as well use Fable. But also because it is like there's no template for Claude to follow for how to do the video editor stuff. But like for this for this other stuff that it's doing where it's like modifying this or it's modifying the VTuber and the engine, it has other example projects that we've already created that it can follow.
VTuber Claude finished the fix. Video editor Claude has a question for you.
What I see from the camera, the viewport is not like kind of lining up. I stretched the capture, source capture in OBS to fill the entire canvas. And still, when I resize my editor window, it's completely resizing and moving the character around and changing him. So it seems like nothing changed at all. Maybe the binary is stale. Super Super mum twitching. What's up, dude? I'm just a random youngling that discovered the brainfuck language. I wrote a little program that outputs a little. Hi there. Nice. It's a pretty weird language. I forgot that's what it looks like.
Ad break incoming.
Oh, I like this. I might steal this. Super weird. Yeah, it is super weird. I was trying to find somebody to raid. I just saw that Cyber Steffi is live, August 16th live. I went and checked out Cyber Steffi's stream. Looking down at the bottom here. Might steal this schedule of hers down here. This is really good. Live schedule. It's got a little red bar. So you guys can actually see your local time relative to when I'm supposed to be live. Instead of the schedule I have right now is like you have to translate. That's the problem I've been trying to grapple with. How do you translate the local time zones on that panel at the bottom in Twitch? Can't figure out how to do it. Until now. I'm just gonna take her idea. I like that. Have to work in short time. Thanks again. You made me dig in the initial setup script. Already have your brain loaded with what you could do. I'll be back to tell you about your results, but you have a lot of ideas. That's awesome, dude. Try white space and post the results here. Is there a white space coding language also? Guys, my video editor is about to just stomp Caden live. It's going to be so simple, too. That's the thing, is a lot of software has way too much junk in it. Way too many bells and whistles. What your average person just needs. Huh. Yo, the death. What? The death animations. Everybody's looping and freaking out on the. Oh, that's only on the browser. Hey, when people die on the browser version, they're like replaying a bunch of frames and looping instead of staying frozen on their final death frame. Yes, only blanks in code. That sounds like a fun one. Are you basically just writing binary at that point with white space? Okay, can you minor thing, can you make it so that we have a new key auto selected when I press the create new key button? And then also on the bar of like tools above the timeline, you move the add video and add audio track buttons to be just inside of the timeline area, but just above in the most upper left corner, above the name of the top track and to the left of the timeline, like times, you're gonna have to shrink the buttons down to fit into that space that's there right now, which is fine. And then take all the tools that we have for selecting and all that stuff. Make sure that they're centered in their bar area above the timeline, and then take the
VTuber
effects
Claude finished the fix.
that we have, and then justify those to the left so they're separated out from the other tools that we're setting.
Watermelon hello there, open wide and round. Claude finished the fix.
Ooh, that looks better. Her talking animations are looking better. They're lined up with the phonemes and stuff now. Our video editor is starting to look real I want to, guys, I want to push a YouTube short like every day, every other day, but I keep reinventing the tools that I'm using for making the YouTube shorts, but for good reason. Because each have problems. We're trying to make the ultimate one. Psycho Zen, we just froze a deterministic n equals 64, k equals 3, higher order witness family for our experimental AI perception system. That means 3 independently verified binary signal pairs, 6 signals total that look identical under complete autocorrection and simpler transitions to differ in higher order structure. They're selected without consulting the AI descriptor, and the complete result reproduced byte for byte on replay. Next, we test whether there are differences without tuning result. What does all that mean? What is the end result of that? I saw something really cool with robotics today on LinkedIn. Yeah. Memory vision? Oh, okay. It just makes memory vision better. No idea what other companies are doing.
Hermes Claude paused to ask you something. Video editor Claude finished the task.
So confused. He looks good enough for a start. Good enough for. Oh my god. I was like, I remember something about this mix is intense. Don't want to listen. There we go. Okay, it's a good start. I have him on the stream now. You go ahead and push and commit everything. And then I think something, the next obvious thing I'm noticing is none of the animated shader materials are receiving shadows. Doesn't look like I see shadows on the gloves, but I see no shadows on his like neck or his face or his arms at all. They just look like they're glowing, which tells me that it looks like they're not being a part of the lighting system at all. I gotta burn so many tokens tomorrow. My God. Yeah, I'll just run Fable like all day tomorrow. I have to apply to jobs like the whole day. Won't be much of a day at this rate because I'm still awake and it's like almost 5 a.m. I was gonna raid August 16th, but he is away getting food right now. Raid Churchomp. Raid Churro, you guys. Unless August gets back from eating. I raided Churro last night. That's trying to alternate. But I'll keep staying here for a little bit. Just, we got a pretty strong crowd here right now. Thanks for chilling, you guys. Yeah, I'm gonna steal Cyber Steffi's time zone adjusted schedule thing. Get a Claude on this. Not worried about that. All right, let's get this guy. Hey, I see this like little like widget or something that somebody has down in their Twitch panels that shows when they are live with a time, and then it has like this red bar that shows what time it is for you currently locally on your own time zone. I want to recreate this. Pretty much want to recreate this exact thing for my own stream panels. I'm not sure how we do it, but I want to make our own so that we can stylize it to match the rest of the style of the stream. That's exactly what I wanted. That looks really good. Okay, it looks really good. Now, when I am holding and dragging an effect from the effects bar, instead of having the word of the effects, I want a ghosted version of that whole like button for the effects.
Video editor Claude completed the task.
You can go ahead and commit and push it. It looks really good so far. It looks like a huge improvement. I don't have a lot of critique of it right. Look at that. We can drag and drop opacity effects on his stuff. If I right click on the drop down bar for the effects, I want to be able to have the context menu for pop up for me to be able to delete move effects from the clips. I got to make more emotes this week, man. Gotta think of.
Video editor Claude wrapped up the task.
All right. Can we max out my tokens before I go to sleep? Let's see. We got 12% left, you guys. Reset is in 2 hours, so that'll be a good pace. Oh, what?
Claude squashed the bug.
All right, so the lighting is a little bit off on the VTuber. He's missing the shading, the shadows on the animated shader based materials on his arm. You can see the shadows on his hands, but they're not on his arm. And his neck. His neck is missing shadows too. So one Claude is fixing that. This Claude is our hero. It's been Fable all night tonight working on editor. Uh, can you switch all of the I'm GUI font in editor to
Hermes
use
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
Babus Nues font?
Ad break incomings. Claude finished the bug fix.
Battle, it's a war. It's an invasion, you guys. Power up. The player characters have they have death animations now. But I feel like we barely noticed them. It didn't add too much. I think hit reactions on the players is going to add a lot more.
Video editor Claude wrapped up the task.
Yeah, sure. Check the stream schedule skill. It should tell you where my where the Krita file is that has the stream schedule right now. Also, how do I just get this working in my Twitch so I can see what it looks like in Twitch? All through font config.
VTuber Claude has a question for you.
We need a new file, new project. Or the file drop down. Ugh. We still need to get rid of the ugly I'm gooey default blue colors on the computer. I hate this I'm gooey. Yeah, got like 27 people here. Crazy. If you guys if you want to listen to the stream without music at all, you can tune in to the YouTube version of the stream instead of the Twitch version. Twitch version always has the music. If you want to customize your character at the bottom of the screen, you can do so on the website here. If you feel like controlling your guy at the bottom of the screen for some reason, you can do it here, but showing up. I think this maybe was the command. That was it. It's a little laggy right now, though. Video editor's starting to look nice. Starting to look a little more usable.
Claude finished the bug fix. Video editor Claude wrapped up the task.
What? What just happened? Yo, it's frozen. I'm gonna ask it to double this or increase the size of like all the text and stuff by like 50%. It's a little hard to read right now. Relaunch and hit play, it says. Shadows look more like I'm looking at an editor. The shadows look kind of like mushed out on his face and his arms and his legs compared to like look at the gloves. Like I feel like the shadows have a much sharper like fall off there on the gloves. Which is how it looks in like Unreal. It's fine if the Kokoro model itself isn't, as long as the infrastructure we built around it is. Yeah, guys, right off the bat. So this was the goal today, being the VTuber to my engine. Is it doesn't look great right now, and it's not functional yet. But already my GPU is running at, well, it's still spiking up to 90%, but it's sitting at like 80% usage roughly. It's a lot less. So it's sitting at less GPU usage, and we freed up a gigabyte of RAM. I'm pretty sure I closed out the Unreal. Yeah, I did close out the. Okay, my clods are about to cap out. I'm at 99% right now. So once they cap out in just a second here, we're going to go raid somebody, and I'm going to go to sleep. It's 5 a.m. Been grinding to. Got started the V. We got about as far as I expected us to get on the VTuber in the custom engine, which is he's at least drawing on the screen and he's transparent and his materials are all
VTuber Claude squash the bug.
present. Other cool shit we got done tonight is my like Clippy, my AI assistant that runs on the computer. Orinex, she's now fully animated. Hey Orinex, say a goodbye to the stream about to end. It's the end of the night. We got a lot of vibe coding done, and you have talking animations now. She's got a thinking processing animation. Her eyes light up. Processing.
You've hit your monthly spend limit. Raise it at Claude. AI/settings/usage. From equals CC Cly limit message.
Cool. All right, we hit the Claude limit. She just told us. Wait for reset. Reset. All right. I'm not staying up till 6 a.m. It's 5. It's plenty. Cool mini feature. Yeah, she's got real talking animations now. The cool thing too is give her those talking animations, phonemes and stuff, you guys. You can do it all now with just the same sprite animation techniques here. See? So I don't know if you ever heard the trick of like, if you say the word watermelon, it looks like you're saying something. It's because the word watermelon covers a lot of the basic phoneme positions. So that's what I had her do, say it multiple times. So it took this clip and it split this into all the talking poses for face. And these were the idols that we made. We got her animated tonight. That was a pretty cool little bonus. I think we improved the latency on this somewhat, but it's still pretty buggy. That's a whole nother can of worms. And then the other big one is the video editor. The video editor is looking like a real tool finally. We now have effects keyframes up here, just like Adobe Premiere. But I'm simplifying the crap out of this video editor. There's nothing up here. There's nothing except for the effects timeline and then the timeline of the clips. That's all I care about. So we have we finished refactoring the whole video editor, and now we're really tightening the interface up and getting it to be freaking awesome and streamlined. I can't wait to just use this thing this week on doing all the YouTube shorts. Yeah, so this is going to just keep getting better and better. And then eventually, making YouTube shorts is a super simple, basic thing to be doing with the video editor. What we're going to be doing eventually is we're going to take my, like, cards down here for, like, channel names and stuff, like YouTube channel, then Twitch channel, all this stuff. Apply the same level of cool, like, based animation like I'm doing now with my web. Do some cool shit with these little animations down here. These cards that, like, it's not just gonna be a simple fade. It's gonna be like a dissolve or something crazy, like a shader. And then at the end, it's gonna say like follow and subscribe, and they're gonna wiggle and look like video game level, like anime attention to detail, right? On these little cards here. And we're going to figure out some kind of similar little pizzazz we could add to like captions and stuff. Now that we've got a vibe coded video editor, we have full control. Be able to just make it do any kind of insane thing I can possibly think of for visual effects. So we're going to combine After Effects motion design and shader based visual effects with this video editor all in one piece of software, instead of it being split between After Effects and Premiere and having to render it separately. Crazy garbage. Same with like the sound tracks. So I'm going to be doing stuff to the sound layers inside of the video editor, instead of having to render it and bounce it out to Ableton to do a bunch of things like just sidechain compression of my talking to the music tracks and all that stuff. This thing's going to be awesome. I'm going to be able to make some really cool, high quality videos with lots of crazy artistic, unique like flair added to the videos. for YouTube and everything, in a really short period of time. Whereas previously it would have taken me for both Premiere and after. So this thing's going to pay off in dividends probably pretty soon. It's going to be epic when the video editor fully comes online. Just like Productive Dude, he's got his own. But yeah, video editor, VTuber, AI voice assistants, animated. Everybody has a death animation. Characters. I'd say that's some pretty good progress. So that's the end of the streams for the week, you guys. We're gonna raid somebody. We're gonna raid Comper. Um, I'll tell you guys the schedule, what's coming up for the following week. All right. If you want to see my schedule coming up, you can join the Discord. It'll be down there. And I am also currently vibe coding a much better widget down at the bottom below description area. I'm vibe coding a cool little widget like this that I'm totally stealing from Cyber Steffi, where if you guys like check out the page, it'll show you my schedule when I'm live, and it'll have like a little marker for what your current time is, so you can see like when I'm going to be online relative to you. My schedule for this next week, I don't think I can do the exact same schedule that I just got done with this week. I'm going to try, but Tuesday will be later. I have another interview step on Tuesday morning. So I will stream Tuesday, but it'll be later than it was this past week. It'll probably start at like 1 p.m. or so, my time. Wednesday stream, I'm going to try to make the Wednesday stream. I might start it even later than normal because I think Wednesday I have to drive to Los Angeles for something else also. And then Friday and Saturday would be the same, except we're going to try to do our first community event on Saturday during the morning time. My time, morning time. Evening time Saturday for all you European folks out there. But we're going to do a community event where I play through vibe coded games or look at vibe coded apps that you guys have made on the stream. So we're going to showcase it. We're going to show it on the stream. And then also like everybody in chat, if it's a multiplayer game, we can get the whole like chat to dogpile into the multiplayer game. If that's what you need for testing it. So it'd be a good opportunity. And you get a bunch of eyes on your thing. We're going to give constructive feedback. So I'm going to give constructive critique and feedback about like UX issues I feel like could be better, or just like visual polish or whatever that I feel strongly about, as well as compliments if there's something cool you guys did in the vibe coded apps and games. Yeah, so that's going to go on for about an hour or 2 hours next Saturday, a week from today. I'm going to post a Google form for you guys to be able to submit anything that you want me to play or look at during that stream. I'm going to post a Google form either tomorrow or Monday, and I'll do an @everyone ping, the Google form in the Discord for you guys to be able to submit a link to your vibe coded thing, a description about what it is, what your like Twitch username is, Discord username. And also while we're doing it, it's going to turn into a YouTube video, of course. So that's the other cool benefit of playing your guys' vibe code stuff on the streams. We can turn it into a cool long form YouTube video so other people on YouTube can see it also. And I'm going to be posting it in a Discord stage so I can pull people up onto the Discord stage if you guys want to talk with me one-on-one and respond to the chat's messages as well, like over voice in real time as chat's giving you feedback on the game or the app or whatever that you vibe coded. So it'll be a cool event. I'm trying to start doing those types of events, these like community vibe coded app reviews every like 2 weeks is my hope, but I think I'm gonna promise once a month at first. Right now, we'll promise once a month. We'll ramp it up to every 2 weeks if there's enough demand. We'll start with once a month and see, and we'll go from there. We'll see how many people we get to sign up. But yeah, so if you want to be a part of that and you want your thing to be that you've made to be showcased, join the Discord and keep your eyes peeled for an @everyone ping either tomorrow or Monday with the Google form. That's the big plans. That's what's happening next week for the stream and for the schedule. Also, I have a second channel where I just do random other stuff on it, including applying to jobs right now. I'll link that channel as well if you guys. That one has no schedule at all. It's just I just turn it on. I stream if I feel like it. If I feel like I need a stream to be more motivated to finish some kind of video editing or job app or whatever. So that's the other place you can catch me throughout the week when I'm not streaming on this channel. Is sometimes I'm streaming on that channel. But I'm not a good streamer on that channel. I'm not as engaged. We're not vibe coding the whole time. It's not as exciting. It's just kind of chill. Yeah. That's everything. All right, let's pick somebody to raid. Our usual homies are Churichamp or August 16th. August is streaming, making a video game in Unreal Engine 5. Let's give him a raid, you guys. Thanks for chilling, for watching. Keep vibe coding. And I'm excited to play your guys' stuff. We got some good momentum here for like vibe coding some real apps and real games and stuff, and people that are very passionate right now AI stuff. Appreciate it. Raid Aug 16. Set it up. Cool. I'll see you guys later. Have a good night for me. Good day for you guys. Good Sunday for you guys. Have a good Sunday. Peace.